Chapter 1676. Since that's the case, we will bring you back even if we have to defeat you. 3 majestic streams of mana surged and surged, surging into the bodies of the automatons. Roar! In an instant, Sigmund's body expanded to the size of a building. His steel-colored dragon scales flickered with an ice-cold luster under the sunlight. Roar! As though responding to Sigmund's roar, the Garm series automaton howled like wolves and scattered in all directions, forming an encirclement in the surroundings. Unlike Sigmund and the Garm series automaton, Yaya jumped out silently and stood in front of Raisin. Mist of magic power surged around her body as she stared ahead. At this moment, the 6th member of the 13, the Mad Dog, who possessed the world's highest level automaton, and the Dog Princess who possessed multiple automatons and had greatly improved her strength stood before Wu Yan together. Without a doubt, Charlot possessed the strength to rank within the top 10 even in the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. Lei Zhen's strength was also sufficient to fight against the 13 men. Although Flay was slightly weaker, she was still in existence capable of stalling Lei Zhen for an hour. When the 3 of them worked together, one of them used an automaton that carried a magic circuit that contained the truth of the universe in his body, the other used the highest level of automaton in the world, and the last one had multiple automaton. Who could ignore them? However, when Wu Yan saw Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin joining forces, he smiled. His smile was filled with mockery. Defeat me. Wu Yan sneered as he swept his calm gaze across Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and their respective automaton. Give it a try then. Wu Yan didn't even need to extend his hand. Instead, his body exploded with a burst of magic power. Like a raging storm, the magic power surged and swept away everything in its path. The magic power was several times stronger than Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin's combined magic power. It was unimaginable that a human could possess such magic power. Charlot, Flay, and Lei Zhen felt as if all the pores on their bodies were about to explode. Their pupils abruptly shrunk when they felt the berserk magic energy. Swish! The sound of something breaking through the air descended from above the 3 of them. Be careful. Raisin, who had the sharpest senses, was the first to react. As he shouted, he leaped away. Apart from Raisin, the others only heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, an invisible impact crashed onto the ground. Boom! The instant the explosion rang out, Sigmund's enormous body blocked Charlot's path. Yaya also flipped over and hugged Flay, who was at a loss of what to do. Boom! Then, the ground shook violently. A burst of invisible impact erupted and turned into a strong gale that rushed in all directions. Boom! Sigmund's huge body seemed to have been hit by a mountain, and Yaya seemed to have been hit by an invisible hammer. The 2 automatons, both of which were of the highest level, were sent flying backward like kites with their strings cut, smashing heavily on the ground not far away. Yaya! Raisin, who was the only one who managed to dodge in time, turned pale with fright. I'm fine. Yaya hugged Flay and jumped up from the ground. She didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Flay, who was protected by Yaya, was also unharmed. It seems that at the crucial moment, Yaya activated her magic circuit in time. Yaya's body contained a magic circuit called King Kong Strength. It was an existence that could materialize the target of magic at the molecular level, allowing the target to unleash thousands of times more strength and toughness. It was known as the toughest magic circuit in the world. Through the magic of King Kong Strength, Yaya was able to make her slender body harder than steel in an instant. She could also make her slender fists unleash terrifying strength that could shatter rocks. It was a magic spell that was purely used to increase attack and defense. Come to think of it, Yaya must have activated her magic circuit just in time to enhance herself with King Kong Strength. That was why she was able to completely block the impact that was enough to send Sigmund, who was as tall as a building, flying. "Are you all right?" On the other side, Charlotte, who was protected by Sigmund, also supported Sigmund, who had fallen to the ground. "I'm fine." Sigmund flapped his wings and flew up with Charlotte on his back. Everyone present turned their gazes to the front and saw what was going on. At the center of the explosion, a petite young lady wearing a gorgeous night attire and holding a parasol silently descended from midair. Her delicate, childlike face stared ahead expressionlessly. Her gaze landed on Charlotte's group. "Natsuki." Charlotte called out the petite young lady's name with a solemn expression. However, Natsuki didn't respond. She took down the parasol in her hand and gently closed it. Buzz. At the next moment, a purple magical ritual rippled from the front of the parasol. Inside the magical ritual, spear-like chains emitting purple radiance coiled into a vortex and shot towards Charlotte's group. Dodge. This time, everyone reacted in time. Sigmund carried Charlot, Ye carried Flay, and Lei Jin ran by himself. They retreated rapidly, dodging the incoming chains and creating a distance between them and the headmaster's residence. Natsuki, along with Wu Yen, Ikaros, Astria, Aurora, Canon, and the others, slowly emerged from the void and appeared in front of Charlotte's group. "So that's how it is." Lei Jin squeezed out a smile. "That wasn't an attack. Instead, it was an attack that forced us here, right?" "That's right. That's right, little brat," Natsuki said in an indifferent tone as she glanced ahead without any ripples. "After all, if we were to fight beside the frozen guards and accidentally break some of them, you wouldn't be able to save them even if you wanted to, right?" "How gentle," Lei Jin said in a mocking tone, but the vigilance in his eyes had already started to fluctuate crazily. "It's only natural." Raisin didn't understand what kind of attack that was. How can he not be vigilant? The one who spoke on Raisin's behalf was Charlotte. "Natsuki." Charlotte clenched her fists. She stood on Sigmund's dragon head and yelled. "Do you really want to fight us?" Natsuki glanced at Charlotte. She raised the lace fan in her other hand and pointed it at Sigmund. Boom! In the next moment, Sigmund's body was hit by a shockwave without any warning. He howled in pain and fell down from the sky. It took him a while to adjust his body and land on the ground with his feet. Bang! 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 Sigmund staggered back a few steps. "What?" Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and Yaya sucked in a breath of cold air. Raisin was already on high alert. He even prepared himself for another attack. In the end, he still failed to react to Natsuki's attack. "What kind of attack is that? I don't intend to play this kind of game with you." Natsuki gracefully lowered her parasol and put away her lace fan as though she had just done something insignificant. Her azure eyes remained calm. "That's why it would be best if you all are willing to back down obediently. You've always been the most rational and calm one." Charlotte gritted her teeth. "Don't tell me you support Yen to kill someone who has nothing to do with him. I feel like laughing when I hear that. Doesn't an automaton have to obey its master? Yen has never treated you all as automatons. Instead, he treats you all as someone close to him whom he trusts absolutely, isn't that right? He will definitely listen to you, right?" "That's right. That's exactly why." Natsuki looked at Charlotte. "He is the one who deserves my unconditional support, isn't he?" Charlotte had nothing more to say. Since that's the case. Charlotte's expression turned resolute. Dense magical power surged from her body. "I won't go easy on you either." Sigmund abruptly raised his head and roared at the top of his lungs. Roar! Yaya! Raisin gathered his magical power and turned it into a circle of light. Ripples spread out from his palm and entered Yaya's body. Let's go. Robbie. Riviera. Ruby. Lavina. Robin. It was unknown when Flay had retreated to a distant place. She closed her eyes and turned her magic power into wires. She divided them into 5 and sent them into the Garm series automaton that had formed an encirclement around her. I'm counting on you all. This battle for the sake of each other has begun. R1152. Chapter 1677. The surrounding space seemed to have turned into flames as it started to fluctuate irregularly. Behind them, the silent Wu Yen closed his eyes. He had no intention of saying anything to the group of girls. Instead, he incessantly mobilized the enormous amount of demonic energy that was comparable to the ocean and channeled it into Natsuki's body. With the support of the enormous amount of demonic energy, the power that belonged to Natsuki, other than the portion that was restricted by the restriction bracelet, surged forth without reservation. It allowed Natsuki's petite body to ignore gravity and gently float into the air. Looking down at Charlot, Flay, Leijin and the group of automatons from above, Natsuki's tranquil expression transformed into a mountain-like oppressive feeling. This caused the shoulders of Charlot and the others to sink and their expressions to turn grave. Looking at Natsuki who was floating in the air, Charlot lowered his voice and warned, "Be careful." Yen once said that Natsuki's body contains a magic circuit called spatial manipulation. It is capable of allowing Natsuki to freely use spatial magic. Freely use spatial magic. Flay was stunned. Leijin spoke with a face filled with shock. Is that even possible? Spatial magic was the highest level of magic among all other magic spells. That was because even if it was contained in an automaton, the burden would still be enormous. If one wasn't a highly skilled puppeteer, one wouldn't even be able to activate the magic circuit. Furthermore, that was when the spatial magic was separated and used separately. Only a single aspect could be used. For example, there were only spatial transference, spatial distortion, spatial fissure, and so on. However, Natsuki was able to freely use all of the spatial magic. With such a huge burden on just a single aspect, if one wasn't a highly skilled puppeteer, one wouldn't even be able to activate the magic circuit, much less the spatial magic. If there was really an automaton with a magic circuit of this level in its body, then Leijin was certain. In this world, there wouldn't be a single puppeteer capable of using an automaton. Including the dean of the Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy, who was known as the strongest magician in the 19th century. Can you do it? Natsuki casually glanced at Charlotte and the others. Why don't you give it a try? After saying that, Natsuki raised her left hand that was holding the lace fan. He suddenly waved his hand. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated in the air. It was like a shock wave. It fell down violently. Boom! Suddenly, a lot of smoke and dust rose from where Leijin was standing, as if he was hit by a mortar. Leijin himself was sent flying and hit the trunk of a tree not far away. Leijin, who had the keenest senses and was the most agile among them, could more or less perceive the invisible attack, but this time he was sent flying before he could even react. Yaya cried out in disbelief. However, Yaya didn't know that she was in a bit of a predicament. Boom! This time, the muffled sound came from Yaya's body. To be more precise, it came from inside her head. Following the muffled sound, Yaya, who was looking at Leijin, staggered. Her vision shook intensely. As if she was drunk, she lost her balance and fell limply to the ground. Her face was pale. What's wrong? Flay was unable to conceal her trembling and cried out in alarm. What the hell is going on? Not to mention Flay, even Charlotte and Sigmund were trembling. This sort of invisible attack was like being possessed by a ghost. Adding on the fact that it was unknown, it was undoubtedly the easiest thing to incite fear in one's heart. Don't panic. Leijin held his chest and struggled to stand up. His forehead was covered in sweat as he reminded them. If Natsuki's magic circuit is truly space manipulation, then the attack just now should be something similar to space vibration. It's a magic that directly vibrates space and forms an impact to attack the opponent. Directly vibrating space. Charlotte and Flace's expressions became clear. You're pretty smart, brat. Natsuki looked down at Leijin, who was struggling to stand up. Not only did I directly vibrate space to form an impact, I can also attack your brain through my control over space. Although the impact will be weaker because it will pass through your body, if your willpower is not strong enough, you will still be able to faint immediately. Directly attacking the brain. Leijin looked at Yaya, who had a pale face and was holding her head as if she was about to vomit. Leijin gnashed his teeth in anger. Thus, no matter how hard Yaya's Vajra strength can make her body, she will not be able to defend against your attack. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your automaton for being too human-like. Natsuki raised her parasol. After all, an ordinary automaton doesn't have something as luxurious as a brain. The instant those words left her mouth, Natsuki spun the parasol in her hand and channeled her magic power into the parasol. She had used her magic. A purple magic formation immediately sprung up and expanded to a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Chains flickering with purple light shot out from the magic formation and shot down in a densely packed manner. Charlotte and the others could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they saw the chains that covered their entire field of vision. They hurriedly controlled their automaton to dodge the chains. Yaya was the only one who was still sitting on the ground in a drunken stupor. She did not do anything to the chains that shot toward her. Without any suspense, she was tightly bound by the chains and hung up. Yaya. Leijin's face was ashen as he frantically channeled his magic power into Yaya's body. Those weak chains. Break them for me. However, when the large amount of magic power Leijin channeled was about to enter Yaya's body, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. All of it stopped outside Yaya's body. It was as if it was rejected and could not enter Yaya's body no matter what. That's impossible. Leijin's expression finally changed. Nothing is impossible. Natsuki said coldly. As long as I channel my magic power into my discipline lock and repel the external magic power, the little girl who is bound by the discipline lock won't be able to receive anyone's magic power. As she spoke, Natsuki waved the lace fan in her other hand, and the space behind Yaya began to ripple like waves. Then, move that little girl to another place first. When you all meet up again, the matter will be over. Along with this cold and emotionless voice, a chain extended out from the ripples of space behind Yaya and wrapped around her body. It pulled Yaya, who was bound by the commandment lock, towards the door that floated in the void and was used for teleportation. Without the ability to receive the magic power of a puppet user and with her head still in a dizzy state, Yaya's most prided Vajra strength couldn't be used at all. She didn't even have the strength to pull the discipline lock apart and could only be pulled into the space ripples bit by bit. I won't let you get away with this. Leijin stood up. Just as he was about to run to Yaya's direction, a tender voice rang out, faster than Leijin's movement. Everyone! Bang! 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 In an instant, a series of muffled gunshots shook the air. From all directions, formless sonic pressure cannons dug through the earth and cut through the air. Amidst the sharp vibrations, all of them landed on the discipline lock that extended from Natsuki's direction and tied to Yaya's body between the two girls. Bang! The sturdy commandment lock shuddered, causing Yaya, who was being pulled into the spatial ripples, to stop. Raster cannon. Soon after, another lovely cry sounded. A fatal beam of light flashed through the air like a meteor. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere and wind were vaporized into nothingness. With an irresistible force, it shot toward Nayu, who was floating in the air. The beam of light that contains the truth of the universe and can, in theory, wipe out everything. It's absolutely impossible to defend against and is absolutely impossible to defend against. In Natsuki's blue eyes, the beam of light gradually approached. Chapter 1678. Whoosh! A dazzling beam of light shot up from the ground into the sky, as if it wanted to cut the entire space in half. It streaked across the space, and also streaked across the chains of discipline that bound Yaya. Bang! Before the elemental destruction that contained the truth of the universe and was capable of destroying all material existence, even the chains of discipline were unable to resist the beam of light. Like magma, the chains of discipline that were streaked across by the beam of light melted like candy and broke apart. Yaya, who was bound by the chains of discipline and hung in midair, lost its binding power and fell to the ground. As for the beam of light, it continued to flash past. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Nayu. Nayu's pair of azure eyes were turned golden by the dazzling light of the beam of light. Her field of vision was completely covered by the light from the beam of light. Apart from light, she was unable to see anything else. However, this did not cause any change to Nayu's delicate and beautiful face that seemed as if it would not change even if she were to face the destruction of heaven and earth. In fact, she did not even attempt to dodge, receive, resist or collide with the beam of light. Nayu merely floated there without moving in the slightest. Seeing this, Charlotte cried out in shock. Quickly, dodge it. Unfortunately, Nayu did not even attempt to dodge the beam of light. She allowed the beam of light capable of destroying everything to land on her body. The next moment, an inconceivable scene occurred. The beam of light that landed on Nayu's body was like an illusion. It directly passed through Nayu's petite body and continued to shoot into the sky. The beam of light turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distant horizon. Charlotte, Sigmund, and the others were all stunned. Soon after, they discovered something. Before Nayu, there was a small spatial ripple. It was fluctuating there. No. It wasn't just in front of Nayu. Behind Nayu, there was also a small spatial ripple. It was like a ripple in the water, creating circular ripples in space. As for those two spatial ripples, perfect. They were the same size as the front end of the raster cannon from earlier. Seeing this, how could Charlotte, Flay, Leijin and the others not understand what was happening? Natsuki must have connected the space in front of her with the space behind her, allowing the raster cannon to pass through her body and into the space behind her. Hence, this created a scene where the raster cannon shot through Natsuki's body and into the sky, as if shooting at an illusion. It was impossible to defend against. It directly shook the space and produced an impact attack. It was a teleportation skill that could deflect all long-range attacks. Furthermore, if a physical attack was launched directly at the target would be able to teleport away and dodge the attack. In addition, once bound, even mana would be isolated, making it impossible to break free from the discipline lock. The petite girl in front of him, who had the appearance and height of a 10-year-old girl, was simply an invincible existence. How were they supposed to fight? The fighting spirit in the hearts of Charlot, Flay, Leijin, and the others gradually faded away. What replaced it was a feeling of helplessness. Do you know how useless you are? As if she had seen through their thoughts, Natsuki mercilessly spoke with an indifferent tone. Then, you should withdraw. No. The battle intent in Charlotte's heart that was gradually fading was filled with determination as she spoke resolutely. If I don't bring you all back, I will never back down. Me too. It was rare for Flay to raise her voice to the point of shouting. I will not allow you all to kill the Dean. Is there any point in saying this now? Leijin's sharp gaze swept toward Natsuki. Since we are here, we will not withdraw until we achieve our goal. Is that so? Natsuki nodded her head. She didn't change her mind at all. She didn't say anything. Then there's nothing we can do. It's about time for me to lose my patience. However, what replied to Natsuki was a voice that seemed to carry weight. It caused Charlot, Flay and Leijin's hearts to tremble. No. I have already lost my patience. Wu Yan walked forward with Ikaros, Astrea, Agrora, and Cannon. His wine-red eyes emotionlessly swept across Charlot, Flay, Leijin, Yaya, Sigmund, and the others. Under that emotionless gaze, Charlot, Flay, Leijin, and the others felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. In the calm before the storm, they couldn't help but hold their breaths. No matter what, you all refuse to withdraw. In midair, Natsuki melted into the void and appeared beside Wu Yan. Ikaros, Astrea, Agrora, and Cannon also stood behind Wu Yan in a row. Charlot, Flay, Leijin, and the others felt their hearts sink when they saw the 5 young ladies of different sizes wearing the same white knight uniform with red edges. Just Natsuki alone was enough to make the 3 of them miserable. They couldn't even touch her. With the addition of the others, their already slim chance of victory was infinitely close to 0. It was only at this moment that Charlot, Flay, Leijin, and the others realized how much pressure this person before them could bring them. It was just as Charlot and Kimberly said, Wu Yan's strength was on a completely different level compared to them. Facing an enemy like this, whether it's Charlotte, Flay, or Raisin, they all felt a deep sense of helplessness. They have practiced with Wu Yan more than once and they have a certain level of understanding of him. They couldn't win. There was no way they could win against this person. However, even if they couldn't win, they had to stop him. I have already said. Charlot looked at Wu Yan with eyes that seemed to be burning with flames. I will not let you bear all the consequences. Hearing those words, Wu Yan lowered his head and remained silent. However, Charlot, Flay, and Leijin felt a strong sense of danger in their hearts. Then, I will force you to leave the stage right here. In an instant, a raging wave of magical power surged out of Wu Yan's body along with his powerful words. Bang! The magical power split into several portions and flowed into Natsuki, Ikaros, Astrea, Agrora, and Cannon. Sigmund. Everyone. Yaya. At the same time, the sense of danger in Charlot, Flay, and Leijin's hearts exploded. The 3 of them shouted themselves hoarse at the same time. But it was a pity that the 3 of them were destined to return empty-handed. Whoosh! A burst of white cold mist suddenly swept out in all directions like a gale, shrouding an area of several hundred meters in radius. Wherever the white, chilly mist passed through, a layer of hard ice formed on the ground made of rocks in less than a second. The surrounding trees were also slowly covered in a layer of ice starting from their roots. Not long after, the ground and trees as far as the eye could see had all turned into ice. The entire stage had turned into a world of ice. Charlot, Flay, and Leijin only had time to change their expressions for a moment before Sigmund, Yaya, and the Garmth series of automatons froze from their feet. Not good. Charlot, Flay, and Leijin were alarmed. Buzz! Suddenly, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and chains suffused with purple light extended out. They were like venomous snakes, responding to each other. Amidst a series of clanging sounds, the chains shot toward Charlot's group in the center. Sigmund, Yaya, and the 5 Garms of different sizes wanted to dodge the chains. However, their feet were already covered in ice. They were unable to move at all. Ding! In the next second, the chains of discipline wrapped around Sigmund, Yaya, and the 5 Garms of different sizes, binding the group of automatons. Sigmund. Everyone. Yaya. Charlot, Flay, and Leijin's expressions changed again and again. Magic power surged out of their bodies. They immediately wanted to send their magic power into the bodies of the automatons. Buzz! However, the moment the magic power surged out of their bodies, a spherical protective barrier made of crystals enveloped the three of them and floated into the air. It was the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The outcome was decided. Chapter 1679. Whoosh! The cold mist was still blowing, and the ground and trees in the surroundings were constantly turning into solid ice amidst a series of cracking noises. Sigmund, Ye, and the automaton of the Garm series had their feet or limbs covered by the ice layer that extended from the frozen ground. Their bodies were also bound by the lock of discipline, so they could not move at all. As for Charlot, Flay, and Lei Jin, the three of them, they were trapped in the Aegis barrier. No matter how they pounded on the barrier of the Aegis barrier, they were unable to do anything to it. The three puppets, Charlot, Flay, and Raisin, were imprisoned. Sigmund, Yaya, and the automaton of the Garm series were restrained. Coupled with the fact that the automatons were still wrapped in the commandment lock that flowed with the moon's magic power, which could repel external magic power, the connection between the three puppeteers and the automatons had been severed. This battle had ended without any suspense. Looking at Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin who were trapped inside the Aegis barrier, Wu Yen retracted most of his mana. He also watched as the automatons whose limbs were encased in ice and whose bodies were bound by chains of discipline, leaving only the magic power to maintain the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, and the Lock of Discipline. I've spent quite a bit of time with you all. After taking a glance at Charlot and the others, Wu Yen turned around. All of you can stay here for the time being, Yen. Don't go. Charlot knocked on the Aegis barrier as he cried out with tears streaming down his face. I beg of you. Don't go. You don't have to do this. Wu Yen did not even turn his head around. He merely let his monotonous voice spread to every corner of the scene and into everyone's ears. No matter what, we've only known each other for less than a month. Is it worth it for you to risk your life for me? I should be the one asking you that. Charlotte couldn't stop her tears no matter how hard she tried. She could only bite her lips and yell. We've only known each other for a month. Am I worth it for you to give up everything to save me? Felix framed me. When he planned to give me a fatal blow, you appeared and saved me. You exposed Felix's true colors. Now, my little sister is being held hostage. I should be the one being used. Charlot's cheeks were soaked with tears. But now, you're shouldering everything for me. Is this worth it? I don't know if it's worth it or not. I only know that I shouldn't do this. I'll feel very uncomfortable. Wu Yen turned his head slightly and looked at Charlot. You've said it yourself. The one being used might be you. If you were me, wouldn't you do the same? When the time comes, we'll switch sides. I'll be the one to stop you and persuade you to go back. Will you listen to me? Even though he was the one asking the question, Wu Yen shook his head and answered it himself. No, you won't. You'll definitely dig yourself into a corner and not even struggle. Instead, you'll sink deep into it and be stubborn. If that's the case, why don't you let me finish it for you? Isn't that better? It's definitely not good. Charlot shouted without hesitation. She was so agitated that she put her hand on the barrier of the Aegis. You're right. If I were you, I'd be more stubborn than you. If you come to stop me, I won't listen to you either. But you'll still stop me, won't you? That's why. I have to stop you. Charlotte's beautiful eyes were completely red and swollen. She was crying and laughing at the same time as she said those words. Who told me to like you? This time, Wu Yen was truly stunned. Not only Wu Yen, everyone except Sigmund, including Natsuki, Icaros, Astrea, Agarola, and Canaan were all stunned by what they saw. You. Wu Yan looked at Charlot, who was crying and laughing at the same time with a bitter smile. Is that a confession? Yeah, do you hate me? Charlot had a self-deprecating smile on her tear-stained face. Do you hate the flirtatious me who was in love with Felix not long ago, and now I'm saying that I like you? I don't hate you. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. Or rather, I don't know what to do. I don't care if you hate me or don't know what to do. I just want you to listen to me this once. Charlot wiped her face and looked at Wu Yan with her swollen eyes. You can't kill the dean. You cannot go and kill the academy head. Flay also spoke. She had a pleading expression on her face. There must be another way. Since you are so strong, use it to resist. Raisin clenched his fists and said firmly. I don't believe that the Kingsford family or any faction on the same level as the Kingsford family can do anything to you with your strength. Wu Yan, Natsuki, Icaros, Astrea, Agarola, Canaan, and the others all fell silent. Yen. Charlot, Flay, and Leijin spoke with hope in their voices. Wu Yan. Sigmund shouted. Wu Yan-san. Yaya called out. Wu Yan heard every single one of them calling out to him. He felt touched but also helpless at the same time. As expected, these guys are just foolishly doing their jobs. Right at this moment, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed from not far away. Let's go back. Scarlet Taze, following this voice, at a corner of this snowy world, a space suddenly distorted. It was like an invisible black hole that kept on spinning. Then, several figures were spat out. It was a group of a man and 4 young girls. The young girls were wearing black formal attire. They were about the same height. There was a large word written on a piece of cloth hanging in front of their faces. They were holding weapons of different styles, but all of them were bright red in color. The man was wearing the academy's uniform. He was wearing a cloak and a silver mask that only revealed one eye and part of his body below his nose. Seeing the masked man leading the 4 young girls, Charlot and Flay revealed shocked expressions. As for Lei Jin, it was as if he had seen his enemy. His eyes were about to spurt flames. Magnus. That's right. The person who came was the #1 student in the history of the Walpurgis Academy. He was, without a doubt, the strongest existence among the students. His code name was Marshal, Magnus. As for the 4 young girls behind Magnus, they were naturally Magnus' most famous and also his greatest reliance. They were a group of 6 automatons that had the ability to fight against 13 people. They were a squadron. Magnus. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Magnus, who was leading the 4 young girls. He smiled. Since you've appeared here, it means that you've become the Dean's Guard, right? The Dean's Guard. Charlot, Flay, Lei Jin, and the others all looked at Magnus in surprise. It's only temporary. Magnus stared at Wu Yan with his only exposed eye. As long as you give up on assassinating the Dean, my mission will be completed. I won't have to carry out this boring duty anymore. It's rare to hear such direct thoughts from you. Wu Yan curled his lips. Since you're bored, why don't you just give up? I've already said that this is my duty. Magnus said calmly. It's not my wish to be the Dean's Guard. So, step down, Scarlet Eyes, oh. Wu Yan's lips curled up. What if I say that I must see the Dean? Magnus suddenly raised his head. Then I'll beat you back. Chapter 1680. The temperature in the air seemed to have dropped. An indescribable tension filled the air, causing beads of sweat to appear on the foreheads of Charlot, Flay, and Raisin, who were watching from the side. The 2 parties in the confrontation were not ordinary people. One was the #1 marshal in the history of the Walpurgis Royal School of Mechanics, Magnus. The other was a freshman who had entered the school for less than a month. Before he even entered the school, he had suppressed Magnus and defeated the 4th-ranked Felix with overwhelming strength, Wu Yen. Both of them also possessed extremely high-performance automatons that were capable of fighting against 13 people on their own. They formed a squadron of automatons. Regardless of which side it was, Kimberly had personally evaluated them. They were no longer on the same level as the students of the academy. They were definitely existences at the level of demon kings. If these two existences were to really fight, who would not be nervous watching from the side? At the very least, it was not only Charlot, Flay, and Raisin who were nervous. Even Sigmund, Ye, and the group of automatons from the Garm series were holding their breaths as they waited. They were afraid that they would accidentally break the tension that symbolized the stalemate and trigger a great battle. In such a tense atmosphere, the 4 girls standing behind Magnus leaped forward. They arrived in front of Magnus. They wore flower-like black formal attire. There were Chinese characters written clearly on the cloth on their faces. They were respectively Fire, Sickle, Jade, and Dragonfly. Those were some of the names of the 4 girls who were part of the squadron. The names of the 4 automatons standing in front of Magnus were respectively Fire, Sickle, Jade Worm, and Dragonfly. At this time, Huazuo was holding a red dagger that looked like a sharp thorn in each hand. Yu Qiao was holding a long and large sickle with a similarly red blade. Yu Chong was holding a red longsword, while Gu Fei was holding a red single-edged battle axe with a red blade. The 4 girls from the squadron raised the weapons in their hands as though they were worried that Magnus would be suddenly attacked. It was aimed at Wu Yen. Although he couldn't see their expressions behind the curtains, he could tell that they were hostile towards him. However, Wu Yen turned a blind eye to the hostility of the 4 girls. He frowned. The squadron that Magnus led was made up of 6 automatons in the form of young girls. This was something that everyone in the Walpurgis Wangli School of Engineering knew. However, now, there were only 4 people by Magnus' side, and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. After pondering for a moment, Wu Yen understood. It seems you left 2 automatons by the dean's side. Hearing this, Magnus' automatons all tensed up. Magnus said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. Just in case of an emergency, can I take this as your declaration?" Wu Yen chuckled. "Take it as your declaration that you think you can defeat me with just 4 automatons." This sentence caused the already tense atmosphere to become as tense as a string that was on the verge of breaking at any time. However, it was indeed so. Since Magnus became the Dean's Guard, it was impossible for him to not know that the assassin was Wu Yen. Since he was here, it was impossible for him to not know that Wu Yen was here. Even though he knew that Wu Yen was here, Magnus still only brought 4 automatons with him. It was reasonable to assume that Magnus was confident that he could defeat Wu Yen with 4 automatons. Magnus didn't seem to have any intention of refuting, and said in a soft voice, "It's fine, that guy." Charlot, Flay, and Raisin looked at Magnus with an unfriendly expression. On the other hand, Wu Yen looked at Magnus for a while and sighed. Fine. After saying that, Wu Yen withdrew the aegis that imprisoned Charlot, Flay, and Raisin, as well as the chains of discipline that restrained Sigmund, Yaya, and the Garm series automatons. The 3 aegis that imprisoned Charlot, Flay, and Flay immediately dissipated, causing the 3 of them to fall to the ground. The chains of discipline that restrained the automatons also withdrew into the spatial ripples and disappeared. I won't say something like, "Since you only brought out 4 automatons, I will also bring out 4 automatons to fight you." Wu Yen chuckled in a cheerful manner. "After all, I also want to try a battle where I can have my companions fight together." After saying that, Buzz. Wu Yen closed his eyes. Ripples of magic power reverberated around him, transforming into the purest magic power that poured into the bodies of the young ladies around him. The phenomenon of magic power wasn't very strong. It didn't cause the atmosphere to rub against each other and cause wind waves. However, it was extremely condensed. In terms of quantity, perhaps it wasn't that outstanding. However, in terms of quality, the magic power that Wu Yan released this time was as different as heaven and earth compared to before. This caused Magnus' eyes that had been calm all this while to narrow. He withdrew his hand from his cloak and extended it toward the 4 young ladies before him. Ripples of magic power reverberated. Upon receiving Magnus' magic power, the 4 young ladies lifted their heads with all their might. Then, their figures blurred and they all disappeared. Charlot, Fry, and Lei Zhen, who had just landed on the ground in a sorry state, witnessed this scene and widened their eyes on the spot. However, Wu Yan kept his eyes closed. He didn't move at all. It's as if he didn't notice anything. At the next moment, Fire Droop, Sickle Cutter, Jade Beetle, and Dragonfly, the 4 young lady automatons of the squadron, suddenly appeared in a flash. Not only that, but they also appeared around Wu Yan with his eyes shut. Fire Droop and Dragonfly appeared before Wu Yan, while Jade Beetle and Sickle Cutter appeared behind Wu Yan. The 4 young ladies abandoned Natsuki's group, raised their weapons, and stabbed at Wu Yan mercilessly. Magnus actually attacked the puppeteer directly. This was considered a violation of the rules in the night gathering battle. Once it appeared, the attacker would be disqualified from the battle instantly. However, in a regular battle, attacking the puppeteer directly was the normal way to do it. After all, compared to the powerful automaton, the puppeteer was simply too weak. Without the magic power provided by the puppeteer, the automaton was nothing more than scrap metal. It couldn't even activate its magic circuit and attack. Even the bandolier had limited magic power. Naturally, eliminating the puppeteer in advance was the most efficient way to end the battle and obtain victory. Unfortunately, this method was destined to not work on Wu Yan. Clang! Fire Droop, Sickle Cutter, Jade Beetle, and Dragonfly, the 4 young ladies stabbed at Wu Yan's body with their weapons. The sound of metal colliding echoed in the surroundings. The 4 young ladies felt as if their weapons had stabbed into steel and couldn't move forward. The screen in front of them flipped open, revealing the 4 young ladies' shocked expressions. Because in front of the 4 young ladies' weapons, a translucent barrier made of crystals appeared around Wu Yan's body and blocked the 4 young ladies' attacks. Through the translucent barrier, Fire Droop and Dragonfly, who were attacking from the front, could clearly see it. A mocking expression appeared on Wu Yan's face. Then, in front of Magnus, a laser lightsaber pierced through the air and stabbed at Magnus' throat. Chapter 1681. In a proper battle, attacking the puppeteer directly is the most common method. During the night meeting, since it is a test of the puppeteer's ability, it is inevitable that the puppeteer would be defeated before they could display their full potential. Therefore, the night meeting strictly forbids direct attacks between the puppeteers. However, in a proper battle, it is common knowledge that the puppeteer must be dealt with first. Therefore, even in class, the professor in charge of teaching would mention this method more than once. How could Wu Yan not take note of this? After all, this isn't a night meeting where friendship comes first and competition comes second. This is a real battle. Magnus was the #1 student in the history of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical School, and with his cold personality, he definitely wouldn't be stingy with using conventional methods in a real battle. Wu Yan already predicted that Magnus would order his squadron to attack him. Even if he didn't, Ikaros wouldn't just stand there and watch Wu Yan get attacked. With Ikaros' aegis, absolute defense circle, he doesn't need to worry about his own safety. Taking advantage of this, Wu Yan waited for Magnus to order his automaton to attack before he made his move. Of course, this so-called action was nothing more than dividing his mana into 3 parts. One part is injected into Ikaros' body. Let Ikaros cast Aegis, absolute defense circle. Another part is injected into Natsuki's body so she can teleport. The last portion was injected into Astria's body. Through Natsuki's teleportation ability, Astria was teleported in front of Magnus and launched an attack on him. At this moment, Magnus' entire squadron had been used to attack him. He doesn't have a single guard around him. If Astria's attack hits, then the #1 student of the academy will be subdued by Wu Yan for the second time. Of course, that is if Astria's attack hits. Clang! Just like when the squadron attacked Wu Yan. The sword in Astria's hand that was aimed at Magnus' throat was met with the sound of metal clashing against metal. This was because one of the girls from the squadron had suddenly appeared in front of Magnus, using the blade of a large scythe. He managed to block Astria's attack. It was the girl with the word scythe written on the screen in front of her. It was Scythe Cutter who was beside Wu Yan a second ago. Astria flapped her wings as she retreated to Wu Yan's side. She looked at the sickle that appeared out of nowhere in front of Magnus and blocked her attack with a look of surprise. That girl. When did she appear? When did she move? Even Astria didn't notice. The other girls of the squadron also retreated to Magnus' side and stood together with Sickle Cutter. His expression was as surprised as Astria's. Just like how Astria didn't notice Scythe Cutter's movement, the girls from the squadron didn't notice when Astria appeared in front of Magnus. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. At the moment when the young ladies on both sides were astonished, Charlot, Flay and Lejeune discovered the reason for this. That girl from the squadron. Charlot looked at Sickle Chia in a daze. Just like Natsuki, she can perform magic related to space. Spatial teleportation. Flay stared at Scythe Cutter in shock. Her magic circuit is spatial teleportation. Spatial magic. Lejeune's expression also showed that it was difficult to deal with. Does Magnus also have an automaton with such high-level magic circuits around him? Magnus turned his gaze to Natsuki after hearing the conversation between Charlotte and the others. Your automaton also has the magic circuit of space transference. Since there's the word also, it proves that the magic circuit installed in your automaton is indeed space transfer, right? Compared to Magnus, Wu Yan only glanced at Scythe Cutter and smiled. However, don't compare my Natsuki to your automaton. Natsuki's magic isn't as simple as that, also. He gathered the mana around him into his palm and extended it towards Astria. A dazzling mana aura rippled out from his palm. My Astria isn't any worse than Natsuki. Scorching mana flowed into Astria's body, causing her chakras to glow with a layer of dark light. Then, Astria lowered her body and shot towards Magnus like a rocket. Magnus immediately raised his other hand. Mana rippled from both hands as he poured mana into his automaton. With the support of the new mana, Wadown leaped up and stood in front of Magnus. She crossed her short swords and faced Astria who was charging at her. Clang! In the next moment, the laser lightsaber and the short sword collided fiercely, creating a shockwave. There was also intense friction at the point of collision, causing sparks to fill the sky. Bzzz. At this time, a ripple appeared in the space beside Huichue. A chain with purple light on its surface suddenly flew out from it. It was like a whip as it was swung heavily and ruthlessly on Huizhuang's body. Boom! With a muffled sound, Huizhua didn't even have time to react. Her slender body was like a kite with a broken string as she was mercilessly sent flying. She smashed into the ground not far away and embedded herself into the stone layer, causing the entire ground to crack open. Astria had nothing to stop her now that Huopeng was knocked away. She levitated in the air and dashed towards Magnus. She swung her laser sword down towards Magnus' head with a clear vibrating sound. Bzzz. At this moment, the jade worm appeared in front of Magnus. She used her sickle to transfer the jade worm to Magnus. The jade worm didn't use its weapon to block the laser sword. Instead, it raised its empty hand and extended it towards Astria's laser sword. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, a formless energy appeared on the jade worm's hand like steam. It reached out and grabbed Astria's laser sword without fear. Then, the invisible energy enveloped Astria's laser lightsaber. It corroded the vibrating laser lightsaber like corrosive water. No. It wasn't corroded. It was absorbed. The laser sword's dazzling radiance turned into specks of starlight at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were absorbed by the jade worm's slender hand and dimmed down in the blink of an eye. Bang! The vibrating force was reduced to zero. Astria's laser sword dimmed and shattered like glass. Not only Astria, even Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin were shocked to the point their expressions changed. That's... Wu Yen frowned. It absorbed Astria's magic power? Yes. The jade worm absorbed the mana in Astria's body. Without the support of magic power, an automaton wouldn't be able to move. This is common knowledge. It's the same for Astria. Without the support of magic power, even though she wouldn't lose her ability to move, all of her attacks would be cancelled due to the restriction of the bracelet. Astria's Chrysor also lost its effect. There's no doubt that the jade worm's magic circuit is magic power absorption. By absorbing the opponent's magic power, not only can it weaken the opponent and deplete the opponent's magic power, it can also use the magic power to strengthen itself. Chapter 1682. Charlot, Fry, and Raisin looked at each other in dismay as they looked at the jade worm that had turned the Chrysor into starlight and was continuously absorbing it into its body, causing the magic ripples on the surface of its body to gradually strengthen. Even though the seizing magic isn't as powerful as the space magic, it's just as difficult to execute. After all, the seizing magic isn't something that belongs to the caster, it's magic power. It's common for the caster to reject the magic power after absorbing it into their body. That's why the seizing magic requires the caster to control it with high precision. Even if the seizing magic is inside an automaton, it's still necessary for the caster to control the automaton. If the space series of magic spells were difficult to activate in theory, then the seizing series of magic spells were difficult to control in theory. However, Magnus didn't just let the jade worm absorb Astria's magic power at lightning speed and convert it into his own magic power. He also controlled the other three automatons as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Among them, Sickle Cutter was an automaton that carried the spatial series of magic circuits. It's easy to see how skillful Magnus is in magic. How skillful is he? Astria's mana was being sucked dry by the jade worm. She couldn't even maintain her Chrysor anymore. Magnus reached out with his other hand. Mana surged out of his palm. Bzzz. Next second, the space behind Astria vibrated and ripples started forming in the air. Sickle Cutter emerged from the space behind Astria and aimed at Astria's head with her scythe. She sliced through the air and a sonic boom sounded. She drew an arc of light. Sickle Cutter aimed for Astria's head. Bzzz. However, just as the scythe was about to hit Astria, a crystal barrier appeared around Astria with an even louder rumble. Ikaros Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Clang! The scythe landed heavily on the surface of the Aegis. It created a ripple of light. However, it could not do anything to the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Sickle Cutter's magic circuit is advanced. But Spatial Shift can't increase Sickle Cutter's attack power or the power of her scythe. It can't do anything to the Aegis. It's not surprising. But that doesn't mean Jade Worm can't do anything to the Aegis. Jade Worm placed her hand on the Aegis. Invisible energy gushed out from her slender palm and absorbed all the magic power from the Aegis. Bam! The surface of the Aegis quickly dimmed and shattered. Bzzz. Then, Firefall, who was knocked away by the lock of discipline, appeared in front of Astrea with the help of Scythe Slash. Hitaru's cold gaze landed on Astrea's beautiful face. His body exploded with a scorching heat. His movement was so fast that it was impossible to see his movements clearly. The short sword in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning and sliced towards Astrea's neck. That merciless strike that caused even the air to distort was clearly not achieved by just relying on that sharp dagger. The strength behind that strike was definitely not small. If it landed on a rock, it would probably be enough to shatter the rock that was larger than a person. The magic of the automaton, called Fire Droplet, could not only produce heat, but it could also increase her strength. Ignoring the heat, Firefall's magic is almost the same as Yaya's King Kong strength. Even if Astrea is an omnipotent angel, she wouldn't feel good if she got hit by Firefall's attack. Whoosh! Unfortunately, when Firefall's attack was about to hit Astrea, a sharp ice spike pierced through the air and brushed past Astrea's shoulder. It met Firefall's short sword head-on. Bam! The icy cold spike clashed with the burning dagger and exploded between Astrea and Hu Chuang. The impact of the explosion knocked Firefall, Sickle Cutter, and Jade Worm away from Astrea. Astrea finally broke free from Jade Worm's mana absorption effect. She regained her mana and a laser beam shot out from the hilt of her Chrysor. Ha! Astrea took advantage of the fact that Firefall, Sickle Cutter, and Jade Worm were knocked away by the explosion to appear in front of Magnus. She raised her Chrysor above her head. Just as Astrea was about to slash down with her lightsaber, the last member of Magnus' squadron, Dragonfly, appeared in front of Astrea and blocked her path. The moment Dragonfly appeared in front of Astrea, mana surged out of Dragonfly's body. It activated the magic circuit in Dragonfly's body. However, no one could tell what kind of magic it was. Dragonfly didn't do anything. He allowed Astrea's Chrysor to land a merciless slash on his body. Bam! However, Dragonfly didn't suffer any damage from the Chrysor attack. Instead, he sent a shockwave through his body and landed on Astrea's body with a dull thud. Astrea groaned as if she hit a wall. Her voluptuous body was sent flying. It took her a lot of effort to regain her balance. She relied on her wings to stay afloat in the air. However, her body looked like it was engulfed in flames. Light smoke rose from her body and charred marks appeared on her skin. What's wrong? Charlotte and Flay were at a loss. What happened? What happened? Astrea was hit by something. Leijin stared at Dragonfly, who was standing in front of Magnus with an incomprehensible look on his face. But, what hit Astrea? What? It wasn't a shockwave. If it was just a simple shockwave, then Magnus, who was less than a meter away from the Dragonfly, should have been hit as well. However, Magnus was fine. Astrea was the only one who was hit by the shockwave. However, everyone here is a skilled puppet user. Even though they didn't know what kind of attack it was, they could roughly guess what it was. It was obvious that Dragonfly didn't put up any defense against Astrea's full-powered slash. However, Dragonfly's body wasn't damaged by the shockwave. Instead, Astrea was the one who was hit by an unknown attack. That look, it was as if, I see. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes met Magnus' only exposed eye. He absorbed the shockwave from Astrea's attack and reflected it back. He absorbed the shockwave from an attack and reflected it back. Charlot and Flay were greatly alarmed. Leijin even cried out in alarm. Is there such a magic trick? Magnus didn't answer. He was still looking at Wu Yan. There wasn't a hint of emotion in his eyes. It was as if Wu Yan was the only person in the world standing in front of him. However, Magnus' silence confirmed Wu Yan's words. Dragonfly has a magic circuit that can reflect an attack back to its target. Charlotte, Flay, and Leijin couldn't help but shiver. Their hearts had also sunk by half. If such a magic trick really exists, do they have any chance of winning against Magnus? Chapter 1683. At this point, among the 6 automaton units that Magnus formed, 4 of the magic circuits that had always been unknown were exposed. The sickle slash had the spatial transference circuit. The jade worm had the magic absorption circuit. The fire droplet circuit could be used on one's own body to strengthen one's body. It could even control the heat generated during the process. As for the dragonfly, it was a circuit that could bounce back any incoming attack. No matter which circuit it was, they were all high-level goods. And now, such a high-level magic circuit was not only installed in the body of the automaton with excellent performance, but also owned by a single person. On top of that, this person was able to control each of the automatons with ease. This was Magnus, the person with the highest overall score in the history of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. He was personally evaluated by Kimberly as having the power of a demon king. Just 4 automatons were enough to make one feel powerless, let alone the other 2 automatons. To be able to fight on par with such an opponent, one had to admit. Wu Yan's strength was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. A magic that can be used on one's own body to strengthen one's body. It can even control the heat generated during the process. Wu Yan only frowned a little. Then, his furrowed brows relaxed as he looked at the fire droplet. Instead of saying that it can strengthen one's body, it can strengthen one's explosiveness and control the heat generated during the process. Not only can it strengthen one's explosiveness, it can also control the heat generated during the process. This is the so-called pressure, right? Pressure. Charlot, Flay, and Lei Zhen were slightly startled. Magnus stared straight at Wu Yan. After a while, he finally responded. The magic circuit of fire droplet is indeed pressure. By manipulating physical pressure, it acts on oneself. By using physical force, one can obtain outstanding explosiveness and durability. It can even control the heat generated during the process. Quite an excellent magic circuit. Wu Yan didn't deny it. His gaze landed on Astrea, who was floating in the air with burnt marks all over her body. He raised his hand. He placed his hand on Cannon's shoulder, who had always been by his side. Mana flowed out from his hand and entered Cannon's body bit by bit. Cannon immediately understood. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and closed her eyes as if she was praying. A bright light shone from Charlot's body. It condensed into a beam of light that shot into the sky and landed on Astrea's body. The charred marks on Astrea's body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her skin returned to its original smooth state. This time, it was Magnus' turn to frown. Heal. That's right. Wu Yan admitted it. As long as it's not a fatal injury, it can be treated in a very short time. How about it? Not bad, right? Hearing this, Magnus' eyes began to ripple. Astrea is an expert in close combat. Ikaros has an extremely sturdy defensive ability. Natsuki has excellent spatial manipulation. Agrora has a wide range of freezing abilities. Cannon, on the other hand, had terrifying healing abilities. Wu Yan's automaton has all the necessary elements for close combat, ranged attack, support, defense, and healing. Compared to Magnus' squadron, Wu Yan's squadron is much more suitable for combat. It was only at this moment that Magnus realized how troublesome his opponent was. This was the first time Magnus had felt so troubled by someone other than the dean of the Walpurgis Wongli School of Strategy. Little did they know that for the others, at least for Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin, who were watching from the sidelines, Wu Yan and Magnus aren't just difficult to deal with, they are almost invincible and undefeatable. Those 2 people. Lei Zhen's expression changed unpredictably. Do I really have a way to surpass them? Good. Flay muttered in a daze. Amazing, phew. Charlot let out a long sigh. His face was filled with anticipation. I hope Magnus can stop him from killing the Dean. Unfortunately, this anticipation will soon be shattered. I admit that you are very strong, Magnus. Wu Yen sighed. So strong that I can't help but want to get serious. Hearing this, Magnus' eyes showed a stern expression for the first time. Are you trying to say that you haven't been serious since the beginning? If I wanted to be serious, I wouldn't have just sent Astrea to attack you. Wu Yen mocked. Although my Ikaros is only in charge of defense and Kanon is only in charge of healing, the two of them won't participate in the attack. However, Natsuki and Agurola aren't any weaker than Astrea. Since the beginning, I only sent them to support Astrea, right? Magnus stared at Wu Yen for a long time before he spoke. Didn't you say you wouldn't go easy on me just because I only sent out 4 automatons? I'm not going to fight you with 4 automatons just because you only sent out 4. I want to see if I can get my comrades to fight at least once. Wu Yen corrected him and he grinned. And now, my companions have already attacked. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to force them to use their full strength. No one said we have to force the opponent to use their full strength in a battle. Magnus said coldly. A battle is only a method to determine the victor. Isn't that even more regrettable? Wu Yen looked at Magnus with a smile that didn't look like a smile. With Ikaros' aegis, you can't hurt me at all. Even if your automaton can absorb mana, I can use Natsuki's power to retreat. On the other hand, with Kanon here, unless you have a one-hit kill, you won't be able to take down a single person on my side. Of course, if your other 2 automatons can use magic to deal with situations like this, then it's a different story. Wu Yen shrugged. Unfortunately, you only have 4 automatons with you. You can't do anything to me. As soon as he finished speaking, there was dead silence. Charlot, Flay, and Leijin sighed in their hearts. In the entire academy, Wu Yen is probably the only person who can confidently say, "You can't do anything to me," to Magnus. Magnus' automatons seemed to be a little unconvinced, and each of them released a shocking amount of hostility. Magnus stared at Wu Yen. Then, he opened his mouth. Do you think I don't have any other methods? I don't know if you do or not, and I'm not interested to know. After all, you've wasted too much of my time. Wu Yen smiled. So, I won't be accompanying you anymore. Wu Yan's body burst into a ball of magical flames and he channeled all of his magical power into Natsuki's body. Magnus, Charlot, Flay, and Ryzen thought that Wu Yen was going to use teleportation to leave this place. However, they were wrong. Natsuki raised the lace fan in her hand and pointed it forward. Bam! An invisible force struck Magnus, Firefall, Sickle, Jade Worm, and Dragonfly's heads like a club. They staggered and swayed drunkenly. Not good. Magnus clutched his head, and just as he said that, a spatial ripple appeared behind him. A chain extended out and wrapped around his body. Then, with a pull, Magnus was pulled into the spatial ripple. In a short instant, the spatial ripples dissipated, and Magnus disappeared from the spot. No one knew where he went. Chapter 1684. Master. As soon as they recovered from their dizziness, Firefall, Sickle, Jade Worm, and Dragonfly saw the scene of Magnus being dragged into the space ripple by the lock of discipline. They immediately exclaimed in unison. I'm not against automatons being too human-like, but this is indeed a rare weakness for Natsuki. Wu Yen shook his head regretfully and glanced at the automatons of the squadron. And then, do you want to fight me without a puppet user? The automatons of the squadron took a step back and looked at Wu Yen cautiously. Magnus' squadron was made up of bandoliers. That was why the automaton of the squadron could generate mana on its own to a certain extent to support itself in battle. However, the amount of mana they could generate was incomparable to that of a human, even the weakest among the puppeteers and magicians. Moreover, without the puppeteers' control, the power of the automatons would be greatly reduced. Therefore, if the automatons of the squadron were to fight Wu Yan without Magnus, they would definitely be killed in a short period of time. Of course, it would be fine if they were killed, but if they were captured alive, that would be the real problem. After all, in the automaton series, the value of each automaton in the squadron was almost comparable to a warship. Their structure and magic circuit would definitely be of great interest to many factions. By then, it would not be hard to imagine the automaton of the squadron. They would either become the enemy of their own master or become an automaton. Or they would become a commodity. Or worse, they might even become an experimental subject and be dissected for research on their structure and magic circuit. Mass production. That would be a fate worse than death. Therefore, Magnus had warned them again and again. If they were captured alive, then the automatons of the squadron would have to find a way to destroy themselves. Although it was very cruel. It was also very cruel, but it was indeed a way to escape. However, the automatons of the squadron hadn't been captured yet, and the opponent didn't seem to have any intention of capturing the automatons of the squadron. By the way, Magnus is still bound by a weapon called the Lock of Discipline. If the magic power flowing on it doesn't fade, not only will it not disappear, it will also prevent Magnus' magic power from being transmitted outwards. Wu Yan kindly reminded them. In other words, even if Magnus wants to rely on the connection between him and you to inform you of his current location, he has no other means other than sound. And now that Magnus is bound, if he encounters any danger, he won't be able to resist. The expressions of the automatons of the squadron behind the curtain finally changed. Without hesitating for too long, the automatons of the squadron chose to prioritize their master's life without hesitation. Under the magic of the sickle, they collectively teleported and disappeared on the spot. Quite obedient. Wu Yan curled his lips. He turned around and wanted to leave with the group of girls. Wait! Charlotte, Flay, and Ryzen were shocked. They raised their feet and chased after them. However, not long after, the three of them stopped in their tracks as if they had braked. Because, in front of the three of them, a person appeared. His back was straight, and his short silver hair was combed back. He looked very agile. He wore tinted glasses on his face, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. He was wearing a deacon's suit, and his hands were behind his back. Sensing the arrival of this person, Wu Yan immediately stopped. He turned around and sneered. You're finally willing to come out. I thought you'd be hiding at the side and peeking. You're called Ryzen. The Granville family's deacon is indeed very outstanding. However, he's not perfect. If I have to point out a flaw, it would be that he doesn't like to interfere in other people's battles. Ryzen spoke without turning his head. The reason I came out now is because I don't want anyone to waste Mr. Wu Yan's time. You. Flay took a step back and spoke with a timid expression. Who are you? The Granville family. Ryzen muttered and looked at Ryzen. Could it be that you're the power behind the scenes that captured Angriette as a hostage and used Wu Yan to kill the school head? You're the one who captured Angriette as a hostage and used Yen. Charlotte revealed a hateful and ruthless expression. Her magic power began to surge like a gust of wind. Are you in cahoots with the Kingsford family? You're really smart. However, people who are too smart usually don't live long. Ryzen openly admitted. However, his eyes behind his colored glasses turned to Wu Yan. I'll deal with these people. Mr. Wu Yan, you should go to the school head. Wu Yan didn't say anything. He only looked at Ryzen from afar. After a while, he glanced at the forest beside him and smiled imperceptibly. He turned around and led the group of girls toward the school head's residence. Yen! Charlotte shouted. She raised her foot and seemed like she wanted to chase after Ryzen. Whoosh! However, with a sound that sounded like a gentle breeze, Charlotte's vision turned black. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and like a whip, he lashed out with a kick. Bang! Just as the kick was about to hit Charlotte, it landed heavily on a pair of wings that had suddenly appeared in front of Charlotte. Roar! Sigmund used his wings to block Ryzen's kick and roared. Then, his dragon claw violently smashed down on Ryzen's body. Bang! The huge dragon claw smashed the ground into smithereens, and the ground around the dragon claw also cracked inch by inch. However, the dragon claw only smashed the ground. It didn't hit Ryzen. A second before the dragon claw smashed down, Ryzen used complete vibration control to increase his speed. Like a phantom, he dodged the dragon claw. When Ryzen appeared again, he was above Flay. He raised his leg and smashed it down on Flay's head. Flay! Charlotte and Ryzen cried out in alarm. Ah! Flay also cried out in alarm. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Right when Ryzen's kick was about to land on Flay's head, a cold and indifferent voice filled with killing intent resounded from the forest beside them. Spin. Cherub, I'm ready. Following a mechanical response, the sound of something breaking through the air resounded through the entire area. Whoosh. Following the sound of something breaking through the air, a large sword with scorching air swirling around it shot out explosively from the forest beside them. It cut through the air pressure and slashed toward Ryzen. Logically, as Ryzen was in midair, he shouldn't be able to adjust his body. However, Ryzen's body seemed to have stopped in midair. He stopped moving without the slightest bit of inertia. Then, he forcibly changed his direction and dodged to the side. The large sword swept past Flay's head. However, upon seeing the large sword, Flay cried out in pleasant surprise. Loki! Loki slowly walked out from the forest beside them. He looked at Ryzen, who had landed on the ground, with a cold expression. Although I am modest and tolerant, there are 3 types of people that I cannot forgive no matter what. Those who order me around, those who resist me, and those who want to harm my older sister, those filthy bastards who came from God knows where. After saying those words, boundless magic power burst forth from Loki's body. It also burst forth from Charlotte, Flay and Ryzen. Faced with such a situation, Ryzen simply laughed with disdain. Chapter 1685. Bam! Wu Yan, who was leading the group of girls toward the dean's mansion, did not turn around because of the explosion behind him. It was as if he was not worried about killing Charlot, Flay, Lei Jin, and the others. He continued walking forward. There was no need to worry. Jin's body was equipped with the complete vibration control magic circuit. Although Wu Yan had belittled the complete vibration control magic circuit as if it was worthless, that was only when compared to the vector manipulation magic circuit. A magic circuit that could control vectors was very powerful even if it could only be used on one's body. With the complete vibration control ability and Jin's excellent performance, even if Charlot, Flay, and Lei Jin joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Jin. If they were not careful, Charlot, Flay, and Lei Jin might lose their lives in Jin's hands. However, that was under the condition that Loki did not show up. Loki was stronger than any one of the 3, Fry, or Lei Jin. If they were to fight Jin, Loki might be at a disadvantage, but that was all. If he joined forces with Charlot, Flay, and Lei Jin, it would not be difficult to force Jin to retreat. Therefore, after noticing that Loki was here, Wu Yan did not say anything. He led the group of girls and left. Ignoring the explosions behind him, Wu Yan led the group of girls through the forest and into the open space where their field of vision had widened. Then, they continued walking forward and arrived at the place where the guards were frozen in ice flowers. The dean's mansion was not far behind the ice flowers. However, when they passed through the huge ice flowers and walked into the invisible spirit formation that enveloped the dean's residence, the spirit formation of the spirit formation of the spirit formation of the spirit formation of the spirit formation, Wu Yan and the group of girls stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a road paved with white stone bricks. At the end of the road, a building that was comparable to an ordinary school's gymnasium in terms of size, and height stood there. It did not look luxurious. However, it was much more eye-catching than a villa. That was the dean's mansion. However, Wu Yan and the group of girls did not stop because of the appearance of the dean's mansion. The reason why they stopped was because there was a person standing in front of the mansion. In the middle of the road paved with stone bricks, there was a burly figure. He wore a neat suit, had a thick mustache, and dark skin. He looked like a soldier. To be honest, I'm very surprised. As if he had been waiting for a long time, the burly figure raised his head and looked forward with a pair of bold eyes. Although I know you're much stronger than ordinary students, I didn't expect that even Magnus could not stop you. Shouldn't I be the one who should be surprised? Wu Yan stepped forward and he stood in front of the girls. His wine-red eyes flashed with a sharp glint. After all, known as the strongest magician of the 19th century, the person with the highest authority in the Walpurgis Royal College of Mechanics, the dean of the college, Edward Walpurgis Rutherford, came here personally to welcome me. Mistakes must be punished and merits must be rewarded. This is my most basic principle as the dean. The dean said with a smile. To be able to defeat Magnus isn't something that just anyone can do. It's necessary to give you some rewards. So, Dean, your so-called reward is to obediently come out and let me kill you? Wu Yan sneered. Don't tell me you don't know that I'm here to kill you. That's why I personally came here for this purpose. The principal said with an indifferent expression. Wu Yan, can you please back down like this? So your so-called reward is advice? Wu Yan sighed. That's really disappointing. Magnus is the treasure of the king of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. The dean changed the topic. This academy exists to cultivate excellent puppeteers and export capable puppeteers to the outside world. Magnus is the #1 genius in the history of the academy. In the future. No, he is already a demon king. A talent like this is too precious. Originally, I thought that there was only one Magnus in the entire world. However, your appearance has truly surprised me. The dean nodded his head as if it was something serious. I don't want the academy to lose a treasure that can be compared to Magnus. You have the right to enjoy the same treatment as Magnus. How about you back down like this? I don't know what kind of value Magnus has to this academy. I also don't know what kind of position I have in your heart. Wu Yan looked straight at the dean. But to effectively value a person and talk about their value. To be honest, I want to vomit just from hearing it. Oh. The headmaster nodded without any surprise. Then, are you going to make a move on me? You must have made a mistake somewhere, right? Wu Yan smirked. What do you mean by making a move on me? Then, let me change the question. The dean narrowed his eyes. Wu Yan, you are indeed strong. You are stronger than those who dominated the night gathering and became the demon king. But do you think you can kill me? I don't think you understand. The dean said as if he was teaching a student. The puppeteers in the academy can become the demon king because they dominated the night gathering. I am known as the strongest magician of the 19th century. Do you know what that means? Because you dominated the 19th century. You are a monster more terrifying than the demon king, right? Wu Yan sneered. Then, let me ask you a question. Do you think you can make me back down like this? Is that so? The headmaster closed his eyes. That's a pity. As soon as he said that, he extended a finger and swiped it in the void before him. Magical flames ignited from the tip of the dean's finger. As the dean's finger moved, traces of light ribbons were formed in the void in front of him. They remained in the void and gradually formed a geometric pattern. It was a magical formation with complicated runes and a hexagonal pattern with small patterns around it. The moment the magic array took shape, a very simple book appeared in the center of the magic array. Its surface was flickering with flowing light. It was a very simple and unadorned book. That's... Natsuki frowned when she saw the book in the center of the magical formation. A grimoire. Its name is Solomon's Key. The dean stretched out a hand and held up the ancient book as he spoke proudly. This is a grimoire created by a great magician who sealed his entire life's collection into it. Moreover, it is a grimoire that has never existed before. A grimoire from the past. Wu Yen, Ikaros, Astrea, Agarola, Canon, and the others flinched when they heard this. Only Na Yu frowned for a moment before she suddenly spoke. Could it be that a magician from the future used a large-scale magic ritual to turn back time and send a grimoire from the future to this era? I didn't expect an automaton like you to have such a keen knowledge of magic. The dean looked at Natsuki with a surprised expression before he smiled. That's right, Solomon's Key is a grimoire sent from the future to this era. It's an automaton summoning catalog. A catalog. That's right, it's a catalog of automaton from the future. The dean raised the grimoire in his hand. Although many of the treasures in the Key of Solomon have been lost and plundered over a long period of time, I can still control more than 50 treasures from the future to attack you. The grimoire named Solomon's Key floated up and opened on its own. A faint phosphorescent light shone from the pages and illuminated the dean's face. Now, let me show you the one I use the most frequently. After saying that, a wave of magic power gushed out from the dean's body and flooded the entire space. Chapter 1686. Many thanks to Dream Demon and Thunder for their tips. Mana that was as thick as a tidal wave spread out in all directions. It was like a tidal wave that instantly filled every corner of this space. Look at the latest. The headmaster stood in the middle of the sea of magic. His tall and sturdy, dark body was emitting a steady stream of magic that made people's expressions change. This kind of magical power was already stronger than any puppeteer or magician. Amidst this magical power, the Solomon's Key floating above the dean's palm shone brightly. It was as if a pillar of light had risen and enveloped the dean. Soon after, a dreamlike scene that made it hard for people to tell if it was real or not quietly appeared in this sea of mana. Behind the dean, who was enveloped in a pillar of light, a dazzling staircase that seemed to be made of pearls slowly appeared. The staircase had a beautiful shape and looked like it was made of pearls. With the pillar of light enveloping the principal as the source, the staircase continued to extend upwards, and a pure white wall appeared along with the staircase. On the stairs, a red carpet was also laid out. In the pure white hall that looked like a palace, it gradually extended to a place higher than the ceiling. Not long after, the staircase extended to the end and connected with a platform that appeared out of thin air. At the top of the stairs, on a platform that appeared out of thin air, a luxurious throne decorated with gold and silver stood in the middle of the platform. Wu Yen, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astrea, Agarola, Canon, and the others can clearly see what's going on. On the throne, there was a beautiful girl sitting upright. Full breasts. Her skin was fair, and her waist was shockingly slender. Her beautiful face was absolutely neat, and a pair of eyes that seemed to despise everything was dotted on it. Her body was wrapped in a gorgeous dress that seemed to be made of thin white silk, and her hands and feet were decorated with countless golden rings. Ikaros, Astrea, Agarola, and Canon stared at the beautiful girl sitting on the throne at the top of the stairs and mumbled to each other. Queen. Queen. No. Wu Yen and Natsuki's expression turned serious. That's the automaton. And BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, yes. The queen sitting on the throne on the platform at the top of the stairs was an automaton. It was stored in the Key of Solomon and was sent to this era from the future. It might be widely known. It was an automaton, that had countless puzzles. Wu Yan and Natsuki could sense something from this automaton that other automatons don't have. And BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, breath. Moreover, it was a very powerful aura. It proves that the automaton sitting on the throne at the top of the staircase isn't something to be trifled with. And BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, maybe. This was the level of the automaton, T. It was one of the snowflake moon, which had the highest level of automaton, T, at the moment. Even more advanced than the Yay of the Moon doll. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the queen, who was sitting on the throne at the top of the stairs, slowly stood up, as if she was a king on an inspection tour. He walked down the stairs leisurely. As the automaton walked, every step it stepped on would turn into golden particles and dissipate when it lifted its foot. When the automaton descended to a certain distance, the dean retreated to the side and bowed respectfully like a loyal subject welcoming the king he swore allegiance to. "Welcome, Your Excellency. Queen Ishtar." The queen named Ishtar walked to the ground, and the stairs, palace, platform, and throne behind her disappeared like a mirage in an instant. It wasn't until she reached the ground that Ishtar began to look at everything in her field of vision. She glanced at the dean who bowed to her. "Long time no see, Ed. How long has it been since you last summoned me?" "Yes. It has indeed been a long time," the dean said respectfully as if he was talking to a friend or someone he swore loyalty to. "There's nothing I can do about it. There aren't many existences in this world who can make me summon Queen Ishtar for help." "That's right, there aren't many existences in this world who can make me summon Queen Ishtar, indeed." Ishtar nodded in satisfaction. He seemed to be enjoying the compliment very much and asked, "You're right. Then did you summon me this time because an opponent strong enough for me to make a move has appeared?" Without waiting for the dean's reply, Ishtar raised her eyes and looked ahead. She frowned when she saw Wu Yan and the others. "Isn't this still a ghost?" Hearing Ishtar's disdainful words, Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. Along with the sound of the air shaking, a violent mana outage erupted from Wu Yan's body. It turned into a storm that swept across the land and kicked up a large amount of sand. The ground cracked under the weight of the mana outage. Pieces of gravel burst out from the ground like broken glass. Under the attack of the mana outage, the gravel turned into deadly bullets and shot out in all directions. Bam! 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 The rubble that had turned into bullets raged on. Everywhere it passed, a hole was blown out in the wall that blocked the way. The trees were directly cut open and exploded at the waist, smashing heavily on the ground. Seeing this, both the dean and Ishtar narrowed their eyes in shock. This level of magical power is comparable to that of a demon god. Ishtar finally took Wu Yan seriously. "Looks like I've made the mistake of underestimating the enemy that I shouldn't have. It's not just Her Highness." The dean smiled bitterly. "Originally, I thought that I had already overestimated him, but in the end, he gave me another surprise. I also underestimated him, let me acknowledge you for now," Ishtar said, obviously directed at Wu Yan. Ishtar then stretched out his fair arm gracefully. "You are qualified to make me use the army that I am so proud of." "Army?" Wu Yan and the other girls didn't know what's going on. The dean respectfully reached out his hand and held Ishtar's outstretched hand. His magical power surged from his overlapping hands and was injected into Ishtar's body. With the replenishment of his magic, Ishtar looked forward in a dignified and graceful manner. Then, he raised his free hand slightly in front of him. The next moment, from Ishtar's outstretched hand, a black shadow swept out like overflowing water, or like a mist that appeared out of thin air. Wu Yan, Natsuki, and Ikaros were shocked when they saw the black shadow bursting out of Ishtar's hand. Astrea, Agurora, and Shane's expression changed. They almost screamed out loud. This was because the front end of the shadow that burst forth from Ishtar's hand was decorated with the face of a man in agony, as if something had been carved into it. It was just like a vengeful spirit in the legends. And BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP. The vengeful spirit seemed to be making some kind of hissing sound. Its face was filled with pain and it opened and closed its mouth ferociously. Shortly after, the vengeful spirits rushed out of Ishtar's hand at an astonishing speed. They looked like meteors with black mist as they swarmed towards Wu Yan. Looking at the swarm of vengeful spirits, whether it was Wu Yan or the girls, they all felt a sense of danger. Their intuition told them that these things that made them uncomfortable must not be touched. Even though they didn't know what the consequences would be, they knew that touching them would definitely not feel good. Wu Yan was the first one to trust his intuition. He poured all of his mana into Ikaros' body. Ikaros! Ikaros' eyes quickly turned crimson red and an illusory frame appeared in front of her. A cold voice sounded and in the next second, a translucent crystal barrier appeared out of thin air and protected Wu Yan and the girls behind it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk almost at the same time, the vengeful spirits that were swarming at an astonishing speed suddenly crashed into the EG absolute defense circle, stirring up a storm of impact and black fog. Chapter 1687. Boom. Amidst the sound of the collision, the group of wraiths that rushed over violently undulated like waves crashing on a reef. Black mist splashed up and instantly covered the surface of the Aegis. 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 Chi. Not long after, the surface of the Aegis that was touched by the group of wraiths actually collapsed like glue that was being burned. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan and the group of young girls trembled and stood up in surprise. Ikaros' Aegis was corroded. No. It wasn't corroded. Instead, it was being corroded and devoured by something. However, other than corrosion, there was no other way to describe the signs before him. Ikaros' Aegis was like a piece of rotten meat. It loosely collapsed and melted down before being swallowed by the wraiths. This was not something that could be done easily. It's not that easy to take down Ikaros' Aegis. Even with her power restricted, Ikaros' Aegis could easily block a nuclear bomb. At least, ever since she came to this world, Ikaros' Aegis had never been broken through properly. The reason why Charlotte was able to break through Ikaros' Aegis was because it contained the universal truth. In theory, the demonic sword that could destroy all matter had wiped out the existence of the Aegis, but it did not count as destroying the Aegis. The only reason Magnus was able to break Ikaros' Aegis was because the Jade Worm has a magic circuit that absorbs all the mana needed to support the Aegis, causing the Aegis to disappear. Both times, the two people who broke through Ikaros' Aegis didn't rely on attacks that exceeded the defensive power of the Aegis to break through the Aegis. And now, Ishtar's wraiths are using the same method to corrode Ikaros' Aegis. That's why. The wraiths. They definitely didn't just have the ability to corrode. If they only had the ability to corrode, there's no way they could melt the Aegis in less than 2 seconds. Therefore, it was good for Astrea to witness the might of the wraiths. Agora. She couldn't stop her face from trembling. Wu Yan, Natsuki, and Ikaros also showed a troubled expression. Only Kanon looked at the wraiths like they were something she hated. For the first time, she showed a look of disgust. However, Kanon wasn't afraid of the wraiths at all. That's only natural. Kanon's power of purification is the bane of all evil. As long as Kanon uses her hidden power of purification, these wraiths will be wiped out in an instant. Natsuki seemed to have thought of this too. She turned to Wu Yan for Wu Yan's opinion. Wu Yan hesitated for a bit before he lowered his voice and told Natsuki. Let's observe the situation first. Natsuki nodded in agreement. Bang! At the same time, Ikaro's aegis finally melted to the point where it couldn't hold on any longer. It shattered with a crisp sound. However, before that, Natsuki had also used spatial teleportation magic to teleport all of them away. Bang! The next moment, the creepy vengeful spirits flooded the area where Wu Yan and Co were standing like a putrid swamp. TSK. In an instant, the ground was corroded, forming a large hole with a diameter of about 5 meters. There was even a trace of black fog coming out of the hole, causing the sand and dust that came into contact with it to be extinguished in the air. Yuwa! With Natsuki's teleportation, the group appeared in an empty space not far away. The moment they appeared, Astria shrieked and jumped up as if she was bitten. Before Natsuki used her spatial magic, a wraith brushed past Astria's pure white wings. Astria's pure white wings started to burn as if they were being burned by an invisible fire. The feathers on them started to rot and turn into ashes that floated down to the ground. Not only that, the corrosion spread to Astria's wings at a speed visible to the naked eye. Master! Master! Astria screamed in panic. Wu Yan placed his hand on Canon's shoulder and channeled his mana into her body. Canon! Yes! Canon raised her hand. With a buzzing sound, a holy light shone from her hand and enveloped Astria's corroding wings. Under the effect of the holy light, the corrosive effect on Astria's wings gradually slowed down until it disappeared completely. Astria's burnt wings returned to their original state in the blink of an eye as if nothing happened. Ishtar was shocked when he saw the damage caused by his vengeful spirits vanish just like that. The dean pondered for a moment and nodded. I almost forgot that the silver-haired automaton has excellent healing magic, healing. Ishtar narrowed his eyes and sneered. Then I shall devour all of you in an instant. Ishtar raised his hand again and a horde of grudgeful wraiths rushed out of his palm. The grudgeful wraiths pounced on Wu Yan and Co with a dark mist and a hideous expression on their faces. Wu Yan closed his eyes when he saw the horde of wraiths rushing towards him. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan slowly revealed his wine-red eyes. His eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. A violent whirlwind of mana burst out from his body. Wu Yan leaped and stood in front of the girls. This time, even Ishtar himself was stunned. Not to mention Ishtar, even the dean was stunned on the spot. Not only did the other party not use the defensive barrier to block the attack, but he actually took the initiative to step forward. Could it be that he wanted to end his own life? Wu Yan immediately informed the dean and Ishtar that he was trying to end his own life. Whoosh! With a whistling sound, the mana that rushed out of Wu Yan's body turned into a substantial airflow that hovered in the air. Then, the airflow turned into a black mist. As if it had a mind of its own, it spun wildly and protected Wu Yan's group like a protective barrier. Boom! The wraiths crashed into the black mist of mana. Black sparks erupted from the mist like volcanic ash. However, a scene that surprised both the dean and Ishtar appeared. Boom! The group of vengeful spirits that had hit the pitch-black mist of mana were all bounced away by the rotating mist of mana. Now! Wu Yan yelled from within the mist of mana. Ikaros! Ikaros spread her arms and the aegis, absolute defense circle, rippled. But this time, the aegis, absolute defense circle, didn't appear around Wu Yan's group. Instead, it appeared around the dean and Ishtar like a cage, trapping them inside. At the same time, Natsuki raised the lace fan in her hand and waved it in the direction of the dean. On the surface of the aegis, absolute defense circle, spatial ripples appeared one by one and the chains of discipline lashed at the dean like whips. Humph! Ishtar snorted. He raised his hand and was about to use his wraiths to corrode the chains of discipline. But at this moment, an icy white mist filled the air. Chapter 1688. Whoosh! Amidst the whistling sound, the freezing white mist permeated the interior of the Aegis and instantly filled the entire space of the Aegis. Instantly, the temperature inside the Aegis dropped at a terrifying speed. In just a few seconds, the temperature had dropped below 0 degrees Celsius. Originally, with Aurora's current strength, there was no way for the temperature to drop so quickly. However, Ikaros had created an absolutely sealed environment, allowing Aurora's cold air to spread rapidly, causing the temperature inside the Aegis to drop abnormally fast. Kacha kacha! Before the President and Ishtar could react, the cold mist had filled the interior of the Aegis, causing a layer of ice to condense on the surface of the Aegis. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with hard ice. A layer of ice formed on Ishtar's hand that he extended towards the incoming lock of discipline. Even the Dean himself and Ishtar's body were covered in a layer of ice. TSK. Ishtar's elegant and dignified posture was finally replaced by a trace of panic. The President knitted his brows tightly. Both of them hurriedly mobilized their magical power and used pure magical power to disperse the ice around them and expel the surrounding cold air. Whoosh! However, while the President and Ishtar were shaking off the ice shards on their bodies and dispelling the cold air around them, the lock of discipline whizzed through the interior of the Aegis and wrapped around the President and Ishtar's limbs. The President's frown deepened. A majestic magical power surged from the 4 limbs that were bound by the lock of discipline, attempting to shatter the lock of discipline on their bodies. However, the President soon discovered it. The magical power in his body could still be mobilized on its own. However, there was no way for it to escape from his body. The reason was simple. The surface of the lock of discipline, that was glowing with a purple light, was flowing with another type of magical power, isolating the magical power that was trying to escape from the President's body. Damn it! Ishtar also discovered this and was a little annoyed. What a pointless action. My army is created in my body. Even if I can't let the magical power out of my body, it doesn't matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Ishtar's palm turned into a ghastly wraith. Ugly vengeful spirits were spat out one after another, their ferocious faces covering the lock of discipline that bound the principal and Ishtar. Under the effect of the vengeful spirit's corrosion, the purplish glow flowing on the surface of the lock of discipline, which was said to be forged by the gods, quickly dimmed. Even the lock of discipline itself was corroded and full of holes. I'm afraid. Not long after, the lock of discipline would be completely corroded. However, just as the wraiths were about to corrode the lock of discipline on the President and Ishtar, a strong sense of danger rose in their hearts. Following this sense of danger, the President and Ishtar shifted their attention to the front almost at the same time. It was on the Aegis, absolute defense circle, that had a layer of ice on its surface. Then, the President and Ishtar discovered it. On the Aegis, absolute defense circle, that stood around like a cage with a layer of ice on its surface, there was a hole in a place without them noticing. Their line of sight passed through the hole. Staring at the outside of the Aegis, absolute defense circle, what the President and Ishtar saw was a figure. It was a pitch-black figure dressed in black clothes. A pair of wine-red eyes that were as calm as an ancient well was looking straight at them. The figure was outside the Aegis, absolute defense circle. In his hand was a gorgeous black bow that looked like it was made of black crystal. He pulled the bowstring and condensed an arrow that looked like a meteor, aiming at the 2 figures. For the first time, the most powerful magician of the 19th century and the legendary automaton sent from the future to this era changed their expressions at the same time. Looking at the sudden change of expression on the President's and Ishtar's faces, Wu Yen, who was standing outside the Aegis, absolute defense circle, had a flash of coldness in his wine-red eyes. Then, without hesitation, Wu Yan released the bowstring of the meteor shower in his hand. Whoosh! Like a meteor appearing in the night sky, the meteor shower arrow bloomed in the air with a long tail of light. It flashed and shot into the only exposed hole in the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, and burst into the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. When the meteor shower arrow shot into the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, the only exposed hole on the surface of the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, quickly healed and was sealed again. Then, an intense and dazzling light flashed in the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Bam! Inside the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, which was filled with white cold mist and chains that shuttled back and forth. The surface was covered with a layer of ice, and the ground inside was covered with hard ice. An earth-shattering explosion sounded like a clap of thunder in the vast sky above the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. A violent gust of wind carried with it a blazing heat, like a storm, crazily attacking the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Inside, the white cold mist was almost instantly dispersed, and the ground that was covered with hard ice cracked immediately. Cracks as thick as an arm spread out like a spider web. The cracks spread across the entire Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Even the ground outside the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, started to crack inch by inch. The seemingly sturdy Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, also started to crack like glass in a short period of time. One can imagine that without the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, the meteor shower would have mercilessly destroyed everything around it. At that time, not far away, the Dean's mansion would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. Those guards who had been frozen into ice by Aurora would also not be able to escape death. Astrea asked nervously as she looked at the apocalyptic scene inside the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Is it defeated? No one answered Astrea's question. It should be said that no one had the energy to answer Astrea's question. Wu Yan, Natsuki, Ikaros, Aurora, Kanon, and the others stared at the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, that was gradually cracking. After an unknown amount of time, the heat wave inside the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, slowly dissipated, revealing the situation inside. The two figures inside were also exposed to the air. A man and a woman stood in the middle of the cracked ground. Their clothes were slightly disheveled, it looked like they just ran around in the middle of the storm. However, there wasn't a single wound on the man and woman's bodies. That attack just now only brought a slight threat to them. It didn't do any damage at all. I knew it. Wu Yan's face darkened. It's not that simple. You should feel honored, little. Ishtar looked at Wu Yan coldly. In order to escape from the situation just now, I summoned my second army. Wu Yan and the rest of the girls were stunned. Could it be that Ishtar doesn't only have those vengeful spirits that can corrode his body? You keep on giving me surprises. To be able to force Queen Ishtar to summon her second army, your performance has truly surprised me. The Dean looked at Wu Yan and sighed. Magnus is a genius who has broken the records of the Academy. He's the first in all of history. Although I've always said that you're a treasure like Magnus, I've never been willing to admit it in my heart. To think that there would be a second genius like Magnus. The Dean let go of Ishtar's hand and retracted his mana. He looked at Wu Yan with a smile. I think we should have a chat. Chapter 1689. I think it's time for us to have a chat. Everyone had different reactions when they saw the Dean retracting his mana and saying those words with a smile. Ishtar, who couldn't get a supply of magic power, couldn't fight even if he wanted to. His face was full of dissatisfaction, but he didn't object. Ikaros, Astrea, Aurora, and Kanon looked at each other in confusion. Natsuki's beautiful brows were tightly knitted together. Her beautiful eyes were filled with thoughts, as if she was trying to figure out the Dean's intentions. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and spoke. Your so-called chat, don't tell me you're trying to tell me that you've long known that I was being used by someone else, and that's why you came to assassinate me. As soon as he said that, not only the dean, but all the girls including Ishtar were stunned. What is the meaning of this? The dean didn't expect Wu Yan to give such an answer to his question. A surprised expression appeared on his face, but the smile on his face disappeared. Anyone who was familiar with the dean would know that the dean would only react this way when a certain step of his plan was disrupted. Wu Yan messed up the dean's plan. However, Wu Yan didn't hold back at all. He showed a mocking smile to the dean who, from a certain aspect, controlled the treatment he would receive in this world. I say, Dean, don't tell me you think I don't know anything. His words were so confusing that the young ladies were even more confused. At the same time, the dean's expression also became more and more solemn. The dean's gaze sharpened as he stared at Wu Yan. Looks like I didn't just look down on your strength. Letting out a light sigh, the dean once again piled up a smile on his tanned face. You're right. Wu Yan. I already knew that you were being used by someone to kill me. What do you mean? This time, Natsuki, who was frowning, couldn't help but speak up. You said you knew we were being used by someone to kill you. Then why don't you find out who's behind this and treat us like criminals instead? Natsuki was right. If the dean already knew that Wu Yan and co were being used by someone else to kill him, then that's even more reason for him to do so. He should have found the mastermind who wanted to take his life. Instead of not even saying a single word, he should have faced Wu Yan head-on. Because that was meaningless, wasn't it? Even if the mastermind was subdued, the mastermind was still alive. The dean's life couldn't be guaranteed. Moreover, if he really knew the inside story, the dean wouldn't just stay silent and fight with a person who was being used. At the very least, he should tell Wu Yan that he knows the inside story and try to get information out of Wu Yan's mouth about the mastermind behind all of this. However, not only did the dean not do so, he only advised Wu Yan a bit before treating him like an actual assassin and engaging him in battle. It didn't make sense. Well, let's talk about one problem at a time. The dean was like an amiable old man. He squinted his eyes and showed a peaceful expression. First, Wu Yan, you should know who is the one who wants to take my life, right? The Kingsford family. Wu Yan glanced at the dean. To be precise, it's the Kingsford family and the Granville family who wants to help the Kingsford family, right? The Kingsford family and the Granville family used to be political enemies, but there's no such thing as eternal enemies in the eyes of the major powers. Now, the two families have formed an alliance because of some benefits. The dean sighed and shook his head. That's why the Granville family wants to help the Kingsford family. In order for the Kingsford family to return to the political arena, they plan to kill me who caused the Kingsford family's downfall and sentenced Felix to death. But, Wu Yan-san, I wonder if you're aware of something like this as well. The headmaster asked in a probing manner. Actually, recently, the Kingsford family has sent a secret envoy to contact me in private. A secret messenger from the Kingsford family. It wasn't Wu Yan who was confused. It was Natsuki. However, Natsuki quickly thought of something and sneered. I see. They plan to use soft tactics to bribe you before they use hard tactics? If they can bribe me and let me fabricate some fake evidence to announce the fact that Felix was wrongly accused, wouldn't that solve the problem? The dean acknowledged Natsuki's words and shrugged his shoulders. The Granville family knows nothing about this. So, regardless of whether the assassination plan succeeds or fails, the Granville family can be blamed for it. Nayu spoke with disgust from the bottom of her heart. She then looked at the headmaster. Then, did you know that we were used to kill you because the Kingsford family bribed you? Did you learn the whole story from them? Exactly. It's the exact opposite. The dean denied this statement with a calm tone. The Granville family will send people to kill me. The Kingsford family will try to bribe me through conciliation. Actually, it's just a part of my plan. I knew it would end up like this. Hearing this, Natsuki and the girls couldn't help but be shocked. Plan? What plan? As expected. Wu Yen sighed when everyone was still in a daze. He enunciated each and every word clearly. You're the one who ordered the Granville family to send me to kill you, aren't you? The girls' hearts skipped a beat. The dean ordered the Granville family to send Wu Yen to kill him. As expected, you've already found out. The dean exclaimed in admiration. To be precise, I asked the Granville family to send someone to kill me, but I didn't specify you. The girls understood the situation even if they were slow. Behind the whole thing, there was an unimaginable inside story. What's the purpose? Natsuki was the first to calm down. What's the purpose of this? Hey, Wu Yen. The dean didn't answer Natsuki's question. Instead, he looked at Wu Yen with a smile. Do you know what divine ingenuity is? Divine ingenuity. Natsuki's group of girls began to ponder over this phrase. A fully self-disciplined automaton. Wu Yen raised his head and said. It's a fully autonomous automaton that can generate magic power on its own, activate magic circuits on its own, and fight on its own, even without the puppeteer's control and supply of magic power. A fully self-disciplined automaton. The girls cried out in surprise. It was common knowledge that automatons were inseparable from mana and puppeteers. Once they were separated from their puppeteers and mana, the automaton was just a pile of scrap metal that couldn't perform any functions. It was the same even for a forbidden doll. After all, the amount of mana a forbidden doll could generate was too little. It wasn't enough for them to fight on their own. Therefore, without a puppeteer, a forbidden doll was just a toy that wasn't made of scrap metal. However, if an automaton could provide mana on its own like a human, it wouldn't be a problem if it didn't have a puppeteer. Therefore, there was the saying of a fully autonomous automaton. Countries all over the world were also doing research on this point. Unfortunately, until now, no country had ever developed a fully autonomous automaton. As for the fully self-disciplined automaton, its name was Divine Ingenuity. Chapter 1690. Why does an automaton exist? Even the noblest apprentice puppeteer or magician would be able to recite the answer to this question without breaking a sweat. In order to get rid of the tedious incantations and complicated magic circles, and to simplify and quickly use magic, the magicians developed the magic circuit, which condensed all the conditions for performing magic and used it as a substitute for the ritual when performing magic. With the existence of magic circuits that condensed all the conditions for a magic trick, magicians only needed to input magic power into the magic circuits to be able to perform the magic trick that was originally prepared, and use the magic trick in an instant. However, the magic circuit was just a tool that prepared all the conditions for a magic spell. It replaced the existence of lengthy incantations and complicated magic arrays. Even if the magic was already prepared, magicians would still need to control the magic circuits whether it was activated or used. In this way, although using magic was indeed much faster than without magic circuits, it was still not enough to satisfy some people when used in battle. Therefore, in order to pursue an absolutely simple and fast way to use magic, the automaton was born, and so were the puppeteers. With the automaton, the puppeteers could throw all the work of controlling the magic circuit to the automaton. They only needed to output magic power to perform the magic. To put it bluntly, the automaton was only created to allow magicians to quickly perform magic. Then, the use of the automaton was fixed. Battle. Apart from fighting, the automaton had no other reason to exist. It should be said that it was natural. With such meaning of existence, automaton became a tool used in war by various countries. However, even if there was an automaton, a puppeteer who could control the automaton was also necessary. Without a puppeteer, an automaton could not perform at all. Because of this, there were naturally people who wishfully wanted to create an automaton that did not need a puppeteer and was completely self-disciplined. Thus, the existence known as Machine Doll was born. Although it was said to be born, Machine Doll was more of an extravagant wish than an existence. This was because, from the time it was proposed until now, no one had ever developed a Machine Doll. It was because of this that the girls were so surprised. What was the purpose of the dean's mention of the Machine Doll at this time? As if he had seen through the thoughts of the girls, the dean closed his eyes. Developing the Machine Doll is exactly my purpose. Hearing this, the girls looked at each other and more or less understood the dean's meaning. The so-called plan you mentioned, the one that even allowed others to assassinate you. Natsuki looked at the dean. Just to develop Machine Doll. That's my ultimate goal. The dean said self-deprecatingly. The Kingsford family is using the Machine Doll as a bait to get me to help them return to the political arena. The dean changed the topic as if he was trying to keep them in suspense. However, there are people who are unhappy about the Walpurgis Machine Doll's close relationship with England. England? Natsuki said in confusion. Isn't it the Kingsford family? The Kingsford family holds great power in England. As long as the Kingsford family reclaims their former position. The dean said with a faint smile. Therefore, if the Academy's relationship with England is too good, the other countries won't be able to stand it. After all, this Academy exists to provide excellent puppeteers to each country. It's also the cradle to strengthen each country's military power, and then... Natsuki looked at the dean coldly. What are you trying to explain by saying all this? Don't you think this is a good opportunity to cut off the good relationship between the Academy and England? The Academy dean smiled. You're right. Let me give you a hint. The Granville family's young master is from Germany. Germany. Natsuki slowly understood. In other words, the Granville family didn't assassinate you to help the Kingsford family but to destroy the cooperation between you and them. If the Granville family's young master destroys the secret agreement and shows me something that interests me, isn't that a good way to destroy the good relationship between the Academy and England? The headmaster stroked his beard and laughed out loud. As for the thing that interests me, I'm sure you've already guessed what it is. There was no need to guess what it was. Didn't the dean make it clear? His most fundamental purpose was to develop Machine Doll. You mean? Natsuki asked with uncertainty. Germany has already developed Machine Doll. To be exact, Germany's research has already reached a certain stage and they've achieved some results. Wu Yen suddenly said. Young Master Granville's automaton, which is a real automaton, is a half-finished Machine Doll. Clap 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 clap. The dean held the key of Solomon and clapped. You already know the inside story to this extent. That's impressive, that's right. It's really a half-finished Machine Doll. The dean generously revealed the deepest inside story of the whole matter. Germany has already developed a semi-finished product of Machine Doll, and if they show me a little of this result, I will be tempted to conduct joint research with Germany, ditch England, and join Germany. This is the purpose of the Granville family. Ridiculous. Natsuki scoffed. If that's the case, why would the Granville family send someone to kill you? Didn't I just say it? The headmaster smiled strangely. It's all part of my plan. Seeing the strange expression on the principal's face, the hearts of all the young girls sank. It's not Germany that wants the Academy to sever ties with England, it's you. Wu Yan looked directly at the dean. You asked the Granville family to send someone to kill you and destroy your agreement with the Kingsford family. That's just an excuse to sever ties with England. That's right. The dean waved his hand. It's impossible for the UK's research on Machine Doll to make any progress in a short period of time. If I want to develop Machine Doll, I have to abandon the UK and work with Germany. Just like you said, asking the Granville family to send someone to kill me and destroy my agreement with the Kingsford family is just an excuse to sever ties with England and join Germany. Displaying the half-finished machine doll is also to let the other higher-ups in the academy see clearly who is the best partner at this stage. Hearing this, everyone understood. Everything that happened was all part of the Dean's plan. In the end, the Kingsford family didn't get any benefits at all. They became your pawns and we became your sacrificial lambs. Wu Yan said slowly in a calm tone that made one's heart palpitate. Next, you only need to execute me, the assassin, and you'll be able to get out of the danger justifiably. You can accuse the Kingsford family of secretly sending people to kill you, and cut off all ties with the United Kingdom where the Kingsford family belongs to. Then, you can join Germany, right? Yes. However, the Dean replied with such a question. No. You're wrong. Chapter 1691. No. You're wrong. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned and turned to look at the Dean. I don't have the slightest intention of sacrificing you, or the people sent by the Granville family to kill me. The Dean explained in a very sincere tone. Originally, I had planned to cut ties with the United Kingdom and draw up a cooperation agreement with Germany before making an appearance. Then I would reveal the fact that you were being used, clear your name of assassinating the president, and allow you to continue living in the academy. Natsuki, Ikaros, Agrora, Canon, and even the naive Astria couldn't believe what they heard. However, Wu Yan sensed that the Dean wasn't lying when he said this. The students studying in this academy are all outstanding puppeteers from all over the world. They are true geniuses, and you are a genius among geniuses. You are a treasure that can be compared to Magnus. The Dean smiled. How can I let a talented student like you leave the academy just like that? Ha! Ha! Wu Yan snickered at the Dean's words. It's a very sarcastic laugh. Everyone says that the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy is an academy where strength reigns supreme. Now, I finally understand who developed this theory. I am looking forward to your performance at the night assembly. The Dean ignored Wu Yan's sarcasm and he continued with a calm expression. So, step down. When the time is right, I will step forward and clear your name. Of course, I will also ask the Granville family to release Oliette. We will pretend this never happened. How about it? How about? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space was covered by a deathly silence. The heavy atmosphere continued to spread, and the tension that tugged at one's heartstrings involuntarily rose in the hearts of many people, causing the entire place to be silent. It was as if the sound of a needle dropping would enter one's ears. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, and Canon all looked at Wu Yan. Needless to say, they were waiting for Wu Yan to make a decision. Wu Yan and the Dean looked at each other and after a while, Wu Yan spat out this sentence. Dean, didn't you just say that I don't know anything about this? I know. I know that you know a lot of things. The Dean nodded without any change in his expression. Perhaps, you knew from the start that I was the mastermind, right? Yes. Well, I can more or less guess what's going on. Wu Yan shrugged. Then, he looked at the Dean with a meaningful look. Since you already know that I might know the inside story of the entire incident, why do you think I would be willing to be used by others and obediently come here to kill you? The Dean stopped stroking his beard on the spot. Dean, you seem to have forgotten that there is an important explanation missing from your explanation. Wu Yan smirked. Why would the young master of the Granville family send someone to assassinate you and show you the half-finished product machine doll that symbolizes the secrets of a country? Why would he listen to you so obediently? Natsuki and the other girls came to their senses. The Dean removed his hand from his chin and looked at Wu Yan. You seem to have a good relationship with the young master of the Granville family. Or should I say, the two of you have an unusual relationship." Wu Yan chuckled. "So, I was thinking that if I killed you, the one who planned the whole thing and used me, wouldn't I be able to vent my anger and break the heart of the young master of the Granville family, who threatened me with Angeliette?" The originally heavy atmosphere instantly turned into a swamp. Everyone present could clearly feel the pressure in the air. Natsuki and the other girls finally understood why Wu Yan listened to the orders of the Granville family's young master to assassinate the dean despite being threatened by the Granville family's young master. Just like what Natsuki said, Wu Yan was indeed planning something. It was a very simple plan. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had bad intentions. It was because he knew that the dean was the mastermind behind the scenes and that the young master of the Granville family had a close relationship with the dean that Wu Yan obediently came to kill the dean. The reason was that simple. "Student Wu Yan." The dean's tone is turning cold. "This is not a wise choice. Even if you don't care about becoming a criminal, don't you want to be with your friends in this academy? You're willing to use your own students for your own purposes, and then send them away after you've achieved your goals. That young master of the Granville family used Mariette to threaten me. Isn't it because your choices are too wise?" Wu Yan looked at the dean coldly. "And I hate you all. Naturally, I won't do the same thing as you." Wu Yan lifted his foot and walked forward step by step. "You think that you can achieve anything by scheming against everything. However, even the wisest man will make a mistake. You didn't even consider the possibility of being killed by the Granville family. Because you are too confident in your own strength. The strongest magician of the 19th century. A grimoire from the future. A legendary level automaton. If these are what you're relying on, then let me destroy them one by one to vent my anger." Wu Yan walked forward and took out a card with a flip of his hand. It was a card with a picture of a knight wearing heavy armor and holding a long sword on the front, and the word saber, swordsman, right below it. Natsuki and the others looked at each other and backed away silently when they saw Wu Yan taking out a card. The headmaster was stunned for a moment and was a little puzzled. Could it be some kind of powerful magic equipment? The moment this question popped up in the dean's mind, Wu Yan got closer and closer to him. His mana surged out like an explosion. Like a raging storm, Wu Yan held the saber, swordsman, rank card in his hand. He stared at the dean in front of him while channeling his mana into the rank card in his hand. At the next moment, Wu Yan murmured as if he was summoning something. Dream summoning. As if waiting for the summoning, the saber card glowed brightly as soon as he murmured the incantation. Wang. The rich magic aura turned into a tornado-like airflow that surged out from the card and wrapped around Wu Yan's body. A blue, door-like geometric pattern rippled out from the card and spun around Wu Yan. As the door-like magic circle spun, Wu Yan, who was shrouded in the magic circle, started glowing brightly. The dean's vision was covered by the bright light and he raised his hand to block it. However, as soon as he raised his hand and placed it in front of him, an alarm went off in his heart. Ed! Ishtar seemed to have sensed the same warning signs, and shouted. The dean immediately understood, and immediately held Ishtar's hand, and injected the maximum amount of mana in his body into Ishtar's body. Heed my call. Come to me. My army. Ishtar raised his hand abruptly. Wraiths with painful expressions rushed out and stood in front of the dean and Ishtar like a shield. Almost at the same time, a shockwave blasted out from the bright light and crashed into the group of vengeful spirits that formed the shield. Bam! Accompanied by the sound of a collision, the group of resentful spirits that could corrode everything actually let out silent roars under the impact of the shock wave. Like a black fog blown by a gust of wind, they exploded and scattered. Both the dean and Ishtar trembled and raised their hands in front of themselves, trying to block the incoming shockwave. However, what landed on them was a gust of strong wind that blew them backward. The source of the shockwave was the wind. It was the wind that blew the group of vengeful spirits away. R1152. Chapter 1692. Many thanks to a night creature and Guanyin Hua Shang for their tips. In the vast space, the wind howled and howled, stirring up sand and dust that spread in all directions. The violent magic power was strong enough to prick one's skin. It was as if there were strands of electricity lingering in the air. The President and Ishtar did not intend to waste any time when the wind weakened. They raised their eyes and stared at the front against the howling wind and the dazzling light. When the Dean and Ishtar saw the scene in the center of the bright light, both of them showed the same stunned expression almost at the same time. Because what entered their eyes was no longer a gust of wind and a strong light, but a figure from behind. A tall and straight silhouette. The dark blue knight's robe fluttered in the wind, creating ripples one after another. The silver-white steel boots reflected the strong light in the surroundings and flashed with a cold light, sending chills down one's spine. The figure slowly turned around, exposing its face to the President and Ishtar. Only then did the President and Ishtar see it clearly. Under the dark blue knight's robe, there was a silver-white armor. The silver-white armor wasn't thick, and it didn't cover the owner's entire body. It only covered the chest and wrists, and the rest of the body was covered by the original pitch-black clothes. One white and one black, but it was an unexpected combination. Apart from the chest and wrists, the figure in the dark blue knight's robe was only wearing a pair of iron boots. Embellished with the dark blue knight's robe and pitch-black clothes, the figure exuded a strange sense of beauty. Looking at the figure standing in the middle of the dissipating light and wind like a noble knight, the Dean and Ishtar almost thought for a moment that someone had come to the scene. But the eyes that stared straight into the eyes of the Dean and Ishtar told them that the person they were looking at was the same person as the one who had not changed. Of course, if it was just a transformation, then it would be a miracle if it was just a transformation. That was not a big deal. And BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, the moment they saw the figure, the Dean and Ishtar sensed it. In his heart, there was a faint feeling of palpitations. Then, it definitely wasn't as simple as just transforming. Now is not the time for you to think about so many things. The Dean and Ishtar couldn't help but wonder about the situation in front of them. An indifferent voice sounded. It reached their ears. If you don't pay attention to it, you'll be in trouble. Don't blame me if you die later. And BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, on the opposite side, Wu Yen slowly raised his head. His wine-red eyes flashed with a cold glint. He raised his hand as if he was holding something. A vast amount of magic quickly gathered in his hand and turned into a whirlwind, swirling in a strange manner. Holding an invisible object that was swirling in the strange whirlwind, Wu Yen suddenly stabbed at the space in front of him without any fancy moves. Whoosh! In an instant, the strange whirlwind violently shot out and flashed through the void. It was as cold as a blade, and as fast as lightning. It flashed in front of the President and Ishtar. The Dean and Ishtar keenly sensed that an invisible shockwave, similar to the one used to disperse the horde of wraiths earlier, was shooting toward them like an arrow. Their hair and clothes fluttered wildly in the wind. Their faces immediately changed. However, the Dean was indeed the strongest magician in the 19th century. Before the impact hit him, he reacted in time and poured his magic power into Ishtar's body. Ishtar also reacted immediately. He raised his hand and summoned a dense swarm of vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits covered the sky and collided with the incoming impact. Bam! In the next second, a strong wind rippled out from the center of the field, causing the ground to shake violently and crack open as if it was about to collapse. Cracks spread out from the ground in the center of the field, and the strong wind swept out. Some of the gravel was directly shaken into powder and blown away by the strong wind. Did you manage to block it? Wu Yen snickered and he retracted his hand as if he's holding onto an invisible gust of wind. In that case, why don't we try blocking it one more time? after that, under Wu Yan's fierce thrust, an impact twice the size of the previous one rushed toward the president and Ishtar. The dean didn't try to block the attack like Wu Yan expected. Instead, he channeled his mana and enveloped himself in Ishtar's body. His lingua glowed with a dim light and the two of them levitated into the air, evading the attack. That was the power of telekinesis. Looking at the dean who used his telekinesis to fly up into the air, Wu Yan waved his hand that looked like he was holding something. After images of light and the sound of air breaking could be heard as he waved his hand. At first glance, it seemed to be a meaningless action, but the president and Ishtar's faces tightened. Swish! 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 Wu Yan brandished his sword and the strong winds turned into wind blades or invisible slashes. They rained down from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. Facing the wind blades that were invisible to the naked eye but could clearly sense, the president's face became more and more serious. The magic in his body surged in an instant. Ishtar suddenly clenched his hand, and a group of pitch-black vengeful spirits appeared in a flash. The densely packed shadows overlapped each other, and in a short moment, they covered an area of 10 meters around the president and Ishtar like a black fog. Bam! 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 The wind blades fiercely struck the group of wraiths, causing a chain of explosions. Powerful winds spread out like a roaring flood, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agarola, Kanon, and the other girls were watching the intense battle. They couldn't bear to look away from it. Bam! In midair, an abnormally loud explosion rang out violently. Two figures also flew out from midair. They staggered back a few steps before stabilizing their bodies and landing on the ground. That ghost! Ishtar's expression was incomparably ugly. The dean's expression was still solemn. He didn't say a word and continued to infuse his mana into Ishtar's body. As if to vent her anger, Ishtar waved her slender hand forcefully. In an instant, a meter-long ribbon of wraiths shot out from Ishtar's hand and flew towards Wu Yan. Staring at the mass of wraiths, Wu Yan clenched his fist and a vast amount of mana surged out of his body. It turned into a whirlwind above his clenched fist. It looked like the whirlwind was wrapped around something as it howled and spun around. Under the watchful eyes of Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, and Kanon, Wu Yan didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. His silver-white iron boots stomped heavily on the ground. He clenched his fists and fiercely slashed at the ribbon of wraiths. Clang! The torrent of wraiths didn't hit Wu Yan's body. Instead, it seemed to have been blocked by something. It landed on top of Wu Yan's slashing hand. The whirlwind howled and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. But after blocking the ribbon of wraiths, Wu Yan's expression suddenly sank. Whoosh! Above the torrent of vengeful spirits, a giant arrow made of vengeful spirits spun at high speed. While the torrent of vengeful spirits and the whirlwind were in a deadlock, the arrow mercilessly fell towards Wu Yan's face. Seeing that the surface of the pitch-black huge arrow was filled with faces howling in pain, a sharp glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He forcefully tightened his grip on something that seemed to be grasping something. Wind King Barrier, VBLE and BP, R. While in a deadlock with the torrent of vengeful spirits, the whistling whirlwind suddenly paused. Then, with a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, it expanded like lightning and exploded. Bam! In an instant, a terrifying storm soared into the sky and swept across the area, quickly shaking and fluctuating. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk under the impact of the storm, the vengeful spirit was scattered as if it had been shot away. Whoosh! The torrent of wraiths caused the torrent of wraiths to deviate from its path and soar into the sky, flying towards the horizon. However, the principal, Ishtar, Natsuki, and the other girls had no time to care about these things. This was because their gazes were all attracted by the sword in Wu Yan's hand. Chapter 1693. The gale and vengeful spirits seemed to have been covered at this moment as they all dissipated. Everyone's attention was on the sword in Wu Yan's hand. It couldn't be helped. That sword was just too eye-catching. The hilt of the sword was dark blue with a gem embedded at the top. The sword's handle was made of gold and it was exceptionally dazzling. What was even more dazzling was the blade. At first glance, it was an eye-catching silver-white blade with a cold glint. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the silver-white blade would occasionally flash with a dazzling golden light. Without a doubt, that was a sword that could easily attract people's attention. At the same time, it was also a sword that would never let anyone doubt its sharpness. The Dean and Ishtar, on the other hand, felt a vague sense of threat from the dazzling sword. What is going on? The Dean's expression began to change. What did Wu Yan do? Why did he suddenly become so strong? What is that sword? The Dean who was thinking about this did not realize that his attitude towards Wu Yan had changed. If the Dean only treated Wu Yan as a talented student who could catch his eye, then at this moment, the Dean had unknowingly treated Wu Yan as a worthy opponent. Unfortunately for Wu Yan, the Dean did not care. No matter what the Dean thought of him, it did not affect him. Didn't I tell you? With the dazzling sacred sword in hand, Wu Yan stomped on the ground. As if he had teleported, he appeared above the Dean and Ishtar. Now, there is no time for you to think so much. The pupils of the Dean and Ishtar suddenly shrank. The sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand began to dance. It brought about a shrill sound as it pierced through the air. It also brought about streaks of sharp sword rays that were aimed at the Dean's vital points. Once one of the swords hit the Dean, he would definitely die. He sensed the shadow of death brought about by the extremely sharp sword rays. The Dean's gaze also turned cold. Boundless magic power surged out of his body and surged into Ishtar's body. Ishtar's delicate body trembled. Vengeful spirits surged out of every part of his body like shadows. They rapidly danced around the Dean and Ishtar. Bang! 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 The sword rays that descended from the sky all landed on the dancing vengeful spirits. In the midst of a series of dull thuds, the vengeful spirits exploded one after another. As the sharp sword rays exploded the vengeful spirits one by one, the ground where Ishtar was standing seemed to be unable to withstand the heavy pressure. Cracks that were nearly half a meter deep were left on the ground. Even the place where Ishtar was standing had 2 deep footprints on it. But in the blink of an eye, the dull thuds above his head disappeared and the vengeful spirits stopped exploding. The sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand spun abruptly. Countless blade rays coalesced at lightning speed. Boundless magic power surged out of Wu Yan's body like a flood. The sacred sword swept across an extremely tricky arc like a lightning bolt, miraculously avoiding the vengeful spirits one after another, and pierced toward the Dean's throat. Wu Yan didn't hold back at all. The Dean was infuriated when he saw how merciless Wu Yan was. He channeled his magic power into telekinesis and he grabbed one of the vengeful spirits and dragged it to his throat. Boom! The tip of the sacred sword instantly pierced the vengeful spirit that was pulled to his throat by the Dean's psychokinesis and used as a shield. The vengeful spirit exploded. Wu Yan was surprised that the Dean actually used such a method to block his attack. Corrode. At this moment, Ishtar suddenly raised one of his hands and aimed his palm at Wu Yan. A thick, black mist emerged from his palm and vengeful spirits flew out one after another, pouncing on Wu Yan. A fishy stench drilled into the tip of Wu Yan's nose, leaving Wu Yan sulking. He didn't hesitate and slashed at the vengeful spirits with the sacred sword in his hand. Pfff. As soon as the sharp slashes collided with the vengeful spirits were instantly shattered into powder like volcanic ash. Poochie 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 poochie. As the slashes landed on the vengeful spirits, ripping sounds filled the air. One by one, the wraiths were slashed into two halves by the holy sword. Then, they turned into ashes and dissipated. As time passed, the vengeful spirits dwindled and the Dean and Ishtar became more and more astonished. That sword. The Dean stared at the sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand in astonishment. It can actually come into contact with Queen Ishtar's vengeful spirits so many times without being affected at all. Even though Ishtar's vengeful spirits weren't truly invincible, there were still some existences that could resist them. But after coming into contact with such corrosive vengeful spirits for so many times, the sword wasn't affected at all. The blade was still as dazzling as ever. This was the first time the Dean witnessed such a thing. Wind King enchantment, my lady I blare. Suddenly, a cold bellow echoed in the air. Before the Dean and Ishtar could react, the dazzling sacred sword above their heads suddenly stirred up a whirlwind. Shortly after, a 10-meter-long, violent tornado-like impact burst out from the sacred sword. It flashed across the air, dispersing all the vengeful spirits in its path, and crashed into the Dean and Ishtar. Bam! Such a powerful impact directly scattered the wraiths and sent the Dean and Ishtar flying. If it wasn't for the Dean's timely use of telekinesis to support their bodies, the two of them would have crashed to the ground. Thief! Ishtar had never thought that he would end up in such a pathetic state. He was finally enraged. Ed, give me your magical power. I want to summon the second batch of troops. The Dean didn't object and extended his hand to Ishtar. But at this moment, the surrounding ground, trees, buildings, and even heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a dreamland as they flashed with a dazzling golden radiance. The Dean's outstretched hand came to a halt. His pupils gradually narrowed until they were the size of a needle tip. Then, he slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of Wu Yan. In the middle of the dazzling golden radiance, Wu Yan was wearing a dark blue night robe. His chest, wrists, and feet were covered with silver-white armor. He held the sacred sword in his hands high above his head. Suddenly, streams of golden light rose from the surroundings like shooting stars. They flowed towards the sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand and infused into the sacred sword. As the streams of light flowed into the sacred sword turned into a ray of light and shone in the middle of heaven and earth. It wasn't until the sacred sword turned into a ray of light that Wu Yan raised his head. His wine-red pupils met the eyes of the Dean and Ishtar, and an expression slowly appeared on his face as if he was reminiscing about a person who was about to die. In an instant, a fatal sense of crisis surged in the hearts of the Dean and Ishtar. Ed, cried Ishtar, alarmed. Magical power. Magical power. Ha! The Dean's calm image disappeared. The veins on his forehead bulged. The magical power in his body surged wildly and was absorbed by Ishtar. In the next moment, the Dean and Ishtar were covered by the wraiths that were as dense as clouds. In the next moment, Wu Yan closed his eyes and slashed the light in his hand. Excalibur. For a moment, the people who were closer to the Dean's mansion all saw it. A dazzling ray of light with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly shot out. It stayed in the air for less than a second. It shook the atmosphere and rubbed against the space. While it stirred up layers of violent wind, it swept past the Dean's mansion. Not long after, a huge protective barrier formed by crystals fluctuated in the space around the ray of light. It covered the direction of the Dean's mansion. Within the protective barrier, an even more intense light flashed. Then, boom! Within the translucent protective barrier, in the fierce light, a deafening thunderous sound shook the air. It carried with it a shockwave that was enough to destroy everything. It raged wildly within the protective barrier. The ground collapsed. Trees and stones were sent flying. The Dean's mansion was completely reduced to ashes under the impact of the ray of light. The shockwave was relentless and continued to destroy everything within the protective barrier. After a long time. Chapter 1694. Boom! The dazzling light beam exploded within the translucent barrier made of crystals. Like a wave of fire, it engulfed the entire space within the translucent barrier. Perhaps the people outside did not feel anything, but within the translucent barrier, the temperature of the entire space suddenly rose by a lot. Under the effect of the raging wind and waves that were like waves of fire, the ground within the protective barrier collapsed from the pressure. The trees were either blown away or smashed into pieces. The headmaster's mansion was completely turned into ashes and was wiped off the map of the academy. Gotcha! Not long after, even the translucent barrier that tried to contain the shockwave and not expand the scope of the damage began to crack. Inside, traces of magic power leaked out from the cracks. Within the academy, everyone who was near the headmaster's residence and had heard the deafening loud noise, were given a fright as they lifted their eyes in a daze. They looked towards the frightening shockwave that had engulfed the defensive barrier, as their faces turned dull. In the vast academy, the surroundings of the headmaster's mansion were silent. Everyone who witnessed this scene could not help but feel their mouths dry up. They could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. A feeling of fear spread from the depths of their hearts. What's wrong? What happened? This was the question in everyone's heart. Inside the translucent barrier that was cracking, the ripples spread out. The shockwaves rippled out in all directions. With the explosion point as the center, everything in the vicinity suffered a devastating blow. No one knew how long it lasted. When the barrier was about to collapse and shatter, the shockwave gradually dissipated, revealing the place that was baptized. It could only be said that it was too horrible to look at. The ground was completely razed to the ground, just like what was written on the surface. The streets and trees were all a thing of the past. Everything was revealed under the sunlight. There was only real soil. Every corner was filled with scorch marks. Every place was filled with black smoke. Some places even had flames, as if they were trying to exterminate everything. Among the things that were left behind. For example, the rubble and broken wood were burning. This area was slowly turned into a real scorched earth. In a corner of this scorched land, a translucent barrier made of crystals with cracks all over its surface shattered with a bang. It shattered into pieces. Inside the shattered translucent barrier, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Aurora, and Kanon had different expressions as they looked ahead in silence. About 20 meters away from where Natsuki and the other girls were looking, there was only one side of the wall left. It was a broken wall. In front of the wall, Wu Yen is wearing a dark blue night robe. His chest, wrists, and feet are covered in silver armor. He held Excalibur in his hand as he stood in front of the wall, surrounded by the light of the flames. The Excalibur in his hand was raised in front of Wu Yen as he thrust it towards the dilapidated wall in front of him. To be more precise, he was aiming at a figure floating against the wall. The wall. Of course, floating against the wall isn't the right way to describe it. To be precise, it was Excalibur that pierced through the man's shoulder and nailed him to the wall. Drip. Crimson blood flowed along the Excalibur and dripped onto the charred ground. Slap. The grimoire named Solomon's Key, which came from the future and contained more than 50 extremely precious legendary-level automatons, slipped from the hands of the figure pinned to the wall like trash and fell to the ground. Ugh! After a painful groan, the principal slowly raised his head. His vision was a little blurry, but he was able to accurately look at Wu Yen. An ugly smile appeared on his face. I actually lost. Wu Yen held the hilt of Excalibur tightly in both hands. He lowered his body and maintained a charging posture. He looked up at the principal who was nailed to the wall with Excalibur pierced through his shoulder. You, who have calculated everything, did you think this would happen? How? Is this possible? As if the wound on his shoulder that was madly bleeding was fake, the dean smiled weakly without the slightest bit of pain. Although I have always thought that one day I, who is known as the strongest magician in the 19 worlds, will lose to someone, but I never thought that this day would actually appear now, and the opponent is my student, if only I use my full strength, Wu Yan lowered his eyes. Indeed, Ishtar has also said that she has a second batch of troops. In that case, it's hard to say that she doesn't have a third batch of troops, a fourth batch of troops, or even dozens of batches of troops. Not only that, you also have other automaton in your Key of Solomon. Indeed, you haven't gone all out yet. Although he said that, Wu Yan himself had not used his full strength either. His level and power are all restricted by the bracelet, he can't use any of his own power. However, the bracelet didn't restrict him from using items. It was because of this loophole that Wu Yan was able to use his class card in dream summoning. He was able to use the power of his heroic spirit to suppress the strongest magician in the 19th century. The strongest magician of the 19th century didn't use any of Ishtar's other armies, he didn't use any automaton. But Wu Yan didn't use any of his cards either, right? His strongest class card wasn't the saber, sword soldier. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Aurora, Cannon, and the others didn't make a move either. They were all hiding their trump cards. Even the strongest magician in the 19th century would not be able to do anything if they used all their trump cards. Of course, Wu Yan isn't going to talk about this. Wu Yan pulled out his Excalibur from the dean's shoulder. Humph. The headmaster let out a muffled groan as blood spurted out from his shoulder. His body brushed against the wall, leaving a hideous trail of blood on it as he slowly slid down and fell to the ground. Ha! Hee hee. Although his shoulder and other parts of his body were in excruciating pain, the dean still forced a smile on his face. So, Wu Yan-san, you should be done venting your anger, right? Wu Yan glanced at the dean who was lying on the ground. The Excalibur in his hand flashed and slashed across the dean's shoulder. Pfft. Following such a crisp tearing sound, an arm flew into the sky. Ah! This time, the dean couldn't hold back anymore. He hugged his severed arm and screamed in agony. Wu Yan exhaled in response to the dean's pitiful state. Now, I've vented my anger. Swish! Just as he finished his sentence, a shadow flashed in front of Wu Yan and raised his leg to kick Wu Yan. Unfortunately, before the shadow could kick Wu Yan, a spatial ripple rippled in front of Wu Yan. A chain glowing in purple light emerged from the ripple and lashed at the shadow like a whip. Bam! With a muffled sound, the afterimage was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It glided in a perfect parabola in the air, but halfway through its flight, it stabilized and landed lightly on the ground. At that moment, the dean on the ground had already disappeared and appeared beside the ambusher on the ground. Beside the ambusher, another figure suddenly appeared. He squatted on the ground and pressed his hand on the spot where the dean's arm was severed. His gaze shot forward. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1695. The lock of discipline slowly retracted back into the spatial ripple. However, the spatial ripple didn't disappear just like that. Instead, it expanded to about 5 meters in diameter. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Aurora, and Cannon appeared from the ripples in space. They stood in a straight line in front of Wu Yan with the Excalibur sword in his hand as they looked ahead. There were 3 people standing there. The dean was lying on the ground with a painful expression while holding his severed arm. Standing in front of the dean is a man wearing a pair of tinted glasses and looking at Wu Yan and Co. with a hostile expression. He is dressed like a deacon. The last one was an elegant young man who was crouching beside the dean while holding his severed arm. His eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. Wu Yan is the one who sent Wu Yan to kill the dean, the head of the Granville family's nightclub executive department, and his automaton, TTN, the semi-finished product named Shinobu, INEDLL. Shinobu appeared out of nowhere and ambushed Wu Yan. He was sent flying by Natsuki's lock of discipline. Of course, Shinobu wasn't here to ambush Wu Yan. He was here to distract Wu Yan and rescue the dean. Wu Yan and the girls stood in the middle of the scorched earth. They exchanged glances with Kazuma, who was standing not far away from them, causing the atmosphere to tense up. Looking at the killing intent and anger in the boy's eyes, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and laughed. His laughter was very sarcastic. "I say, head of the night meeting executive department, what is the meaning of this?" The young man glared at Wu Yan. His expression kept changing between anger and killing intent, hesitation and struggle. It's a complicated mix of emotions, but he didn't say anything. That was only natural. Even if Shinobu opened his mouth, he wouldn't know what to say. "I really want to know what kind of development this is," Wu Yan said with a smile that isn't a smile. "You were the one who ordered us to kill the dean." Hearing this, the young man's face immediately darkened. That's right. He was the one who used Oliet as a hostage to threaten Wu Yan. He was the one who ordered Wu Yan to kill the dean. But now, he was the one who ordered his men to kill the dean. He personally saved the person he ordered to be killed. That's why Shinobu was speechless. Shinobu was slapping himself in the face. However, the young man really knew how to control his emotions. Realizing that he was slightly agitated, he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. When he opened his eyes again, he had the same annoying smile on his face as before. "Ah, this is amazing. I didn't expect the famous Crimson Eyes to defeat the strongest magician of the 19th century. This is amazing. My goal isn't to defeat you." Wu Yan ignored the guy who's trying to change the topic. He looked at the guy with a deep gaze. "My goal is to kill the academy head." Shinobu's annoying smile froze for a moment. He waved his hand elegantly. "Thank you for your hard work. But, this is enough. This is enough." Wu Yan asked a question he already knew the answer to. "Why?" "Because. After thinking about it, killing the dean now will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble." Shinobu cursed in his heart. But, he still maintained the smile on his face. "Therefore, Dean, please spare his life for the time being. How can that be?" Wu Yan's expression slowly turned into a sneer. "For Oliet, I have to complete my mission, don't I?" You. Shinobu clenched his teeth and lowered his head. After a long time, he sighed. "All right, Crimson Eyes. You probably know about the agreement between the dean and the Granville family. So, I won't let you kill the dean. Of course, we won't trouble Oliet anymore. Just treat it as if you're putting on a show with us. How about you stop now? What a pity. That's a shame." This time, Wu Yan sincerely expressed his regret. "Initially, I thought that you would charge at me like a madman after I cut off the dean's arm just like that." "Oh?" Shinobu said with a fake smile. "Why do you think so? Isn't that a matter of course?" Wu Yan tilted his head and said something that made Shinobu unable to maintain his smile. "After all, the dean of the academy is your biological father, the elf Peter, Alice, and you're not the only one. Alice Bernstein." "Alice Bernstein?" Natsuki and the other girls were stunned on the spot. Shinobu, who lost his smile, stared at Wu Yan for a while before standing up. As the boy stood up, his clothes, skin, face, and every other part of his body were peeled off like petals, and they were blown into the distance by the breeze. Under everyone's gaze, Shinobu's skin turned white. His body began to protrude forward and backward. His hair grew longer and turned into a waterfall of hair. Not long after, a beautiful girl appeared before everyone's eyes. Her silver hair was like a meteor, drawing a long trail in the air. It fluttered in the wind like a feather, hanging down to her waist. It shone with a dazzling brilliance. Her facial features were well defined. Her eyes were slightly slender and her nose was high. Her eyes were like emeralds, shining brightly. This is a beautiful girl without a doubt. However, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agurora, Kanon, and the other girls' faces darkened when they saw her. It turned out that the boy who tried to use them was someone else in disguise all along. Should I say this is our first meeting? Her name is Alice. Bernstein's girl looked up and let out a light voice that could make one's bones go numb. However, what I'm more curious about is, when did you find out about my true identity? Ha! I can't help but laugh at your question. Wu Yan glanced at Alice. Didn't I tell you when we first met? Ha! When we first met. Alice frowned. Her mind wandered back to that day. The head of the nightclub's executive department, number 10 of the R&DS, Cedric Granville. Cedric Granville. In the meeting hall of the executive department of the night party, when Alice, who pretended to be the director of the executive department of the night party, was about to introduce herself, the man who was standing opposite her and was about to fall into her trap uttered such a sentence. Let's assume that you're that person for now. For the time being, just treat me as that person. Alice murmured and smiled bitterly. So that's how it is. I've been exposed from the start. Even my plan has been exposed. That's why you beat me at my own game and followed my orders to assassinate the dean. Well, it's not that. Wu Yan said with an indifferent expression. It's just that I'll be in a better mood if I do that, then we really are alike. Alice pursed her lips into a smile. We're both scheming against others to please ourselves. Don't compare me to you. Wu Yan retorted without holding back. My motto is to not offend others unless offended. I'm different from you who dragged unrelated people into this mess just to please yourself. Even your soul is rotten. Thank you for your exaggeration. Alice showed a pitiful smile as if she had been praised. The reason I've lived until now is to obtain everything I love and then destroy them all. Is that so? Wu Yan nodded. Then, before I wish you success, I'll give you a piece of advice. No, a warning. I'm almost done with this game. Wu Yan looked straight at Alice. That's why you should stop messing around with Angeliette. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your dear father won't lose another arm. Alice's smile froze on her face. Wu Yan, on the other hand, didn't even look at Alice. He turned around and left the scorched earth with the girls in tow. Chapter 1696. Buzz. As soon as they left the area of the dean's residence, Wu Yan's body flashed with a strong light. The dark blue night robe on his body, the silver-white armor that covered his chest, wrists, and feet, and the Excalibur all turned into light particles amidst the rich radiance, gathering in the air and gradually condensing into a class card with the word saber. Reaching out his hand, Wu Yan took out the saber, swordsman, rank card. Looking at the picture of a knight holding a sword and wearing heavy armor, Wu Yan let out a long sigh. What do you plan to do next? Natsuki stared straight ahead as she walked forward. Do you still intend to stay in the academy? Ikaros, Astria, Aurora, and Kanon looked at Wu Yan at the same time. It seems like they had the same question in their minds. Wu Yan glanced at the group of girls and took in their gazes. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Forget it. The replication of Eve's heart is almost complete. Besides, I've already chopped off the dean's hand. If I continue to stay here, things might become very troublesome, although the headmaster himself had said that he had no intention of pushing Wu Yan out as a scapegoat. That was before the headmaster had laid his cards on the table. Now, it was Wu Yan's own idea to beat the dean into a half-dead state. It could also be said that he was using his own will to hurt the dean of the Walpurgis Wongli Tactical Academy. Who knew if the dean would still turn a blind eye to it? Even if the headmaster really intended to let the culprit who cut off his arm continue to stay in the academy after his arm was cut off, Alice, that brainless fellow, might once again come looking for trouble with Wu Yan. After all, what Alice was after, to put it nicely, was something that pleased him. To put it bluntly, it was something that pleased him. It was a process of self-destruction. Therefore, it was hard to guarantee that Alice would not trouble Wu Yan again. Wu Yan was not afraid. However, it was better to avoid trouble if possible. Moreover, it was just as Wu Yan had said. The replication of Eve's heart had indeed reached its final stage. The third round of the Demigod Path mission was also about to come to an end. It was also because the Demigod Path quest was about to be completed. That was why Wu Yan had chosen to assassinate the headmaster for the second time today, in order to settle the grudge in the academy. As for why he chose today, the reason was simple. Tonight, 100000, Eve's hearts were successfully replicated. In other words, by tonight, the third phase of the Path of Demigod mission would be completed, and Wu Yan and the others would be able to leave the Nimble Girl is Unhurt world. Therefore, Wu Yan attacked the dean without any scruples and ended the chaos. And now, there was less than half a day left before night fell. With Wu Yan and the others' abilities, hiding for another half a day in the Walpurgis Academy without being discovered would be a piece of cake. Master. Astria pulled Wu Yan's sleeve. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Aren't you going to bid farewell to Miss Charlotte? Wu Yan's footsteps stopped for a moment. He hesitated. Ikaros. Canon turned around and looked at Ikaros. Aren't you going to bid farewell to Miss Flay and Rabbi? Ikaros flinched. It's rare for her to be hesitant about something other than Wu Yan. I don't encourage people to leave without saying goodbye. Even though it was a prideful statement, Aurora said it in a timid tone. My other half thinks so too. In other words, Aurora's other personality, Nagisa Akatsuki, also felt that she should bid farewell to Charlotte. Listening to the girls, Wu Yan's hesitant expression became more and more apparent. Natsuki's red lips opened slightly. She wanted to say something but she suddenly stopped and sighed. It seems like there's no need to hesitate. As soon as Natsuki finished speaking, a voice called out to him from not far away. Yen. In front of him, a fairy-like girl who was hugging a little dragon that was covered in wounds, a girl with 5 dogs, a young man with a girl in a kimono with a short skirt, and a man with an automaton with a humanoid figure ran over at a speed that was not considered slow. Looking at the group of 2 guys and 2 girls, especially the girl who was carrying a wounded little dragon and running towards him with an anxious and worried look on her face, Wu Yan's hesitation was swept away and he bitterly laughed. Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and Loki ran over to Wu Yan with their automaton. To be exact, after running for a distance, Flay, Raisin, and Loki stopped. Charlotte was the only one who ran over to Wu Yan. The distance between the two of them was only a short 2 to 3 meters. When the wine-red pupils and the azure-blue eyes met, waves of emotion surged within them. It was as if there were thousands of words that they wanted to say, but they couldn't say a single word. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Aurora, Canon, and the other girls moved away and walked over to Flay and the others. They started chatting about something. It was clear the girls wanted to give Wu Yan and Charlotte some space. A space to bid farewell to each other. Charlotte tightly hugged the silent little dragon in her arms and asked nervously. Did you? Seeing Charlotte's nervous expression, Wu Yan chuckled. Don't worry, I didn't kill the school head. I only taught him a lesson. Charlotte released a sigh of relief when she heard Wu Yan's explanation. At the same time, she also felt a bit confused. Lesson. A lot of things happened. Wu Yan did not explain. He merely smiled at Charlotte. You only need to know that you and your younger sister can live peacefully together in the future. That's enough. Seeing the smile on Wu Yan's face and hearing Wu Yan's words, Charlotte felt pain in her heart. She couldn't hold back her tears and started sobbing. Who needs you to meddle in other people's business? At the end of the day, you still can't be honest with me. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. And here I thought you would be a little more honest. I have always been this honest. After saying something that even she didn't believe, Charlotte rubbed her eyes and lowered her head. Are you planning to leave the academy? Should I say that her intuition is always accurate? Even though they only exchanged a few sentences and the content was completely unrelated, Charlotte could still faintly feel it. Before her eyes, the person she loved with great difficulty was about to leave her side. Even though I caused a lot of trouble, I'm not so kind as to clean up the aftermath. Wu Yan said with a teasing tone. What? You can't bear to part with me? Who would be reluctant to part with a pervert like you? Charlotte lowered her head so no one could see her expression. However, the words that came out of her mouth were squeezed out. Her heart was filled with sorrow. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't. You won't ask me to stay, right? Wu Yan said helplessly. That would be for the best. If you ask me to stay, I'm worried that I won't be able to resist. Charlotte bit her lips tightly. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. In the end, she could only say such a sentence. Will you come back? That's hard to say. Wu Yan looked directly at Charlotte and his voice became gentle. But when I practice with you, I'll definitely come back. Charlotte finally raised her head and met Wu Yan's gaze with her teary eyes. She didn't look away. If you lie to me, I'll blast you to smithereens. That's really scary. Wu Yan pretended to be afraid and patted his chest. Looks like I'll have to find time to practice with you as soon as possible, of course. Charlotte said with her usual impolite tone. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips while he was still in a daze. You know the consequences of lying to me. Charlotte revealed her most beautiful smile. Wu Yan came back to his senses and smiled helplessly. Chapter 1697. The incident that happened in the Dean's mansion spread across the entire Walpurgis Wongli Tactical Academy in less than half a day. Although it was said to spread across the entire Walpurgis Wongli Tactical Academy, in fact, what was spread out was that the entire area around the Dean's mansion had been turned into scorched earth. It couldn't be helped. No matter how much he tried to hide it, it was something that couldn't be hidden. Under the strike of Excalibur's true name Liberation, the scene of the Dean's mansion being completely destroyed was witnessed by quite a number of people in the vicinity. If it wasn't for Wu Yan infusing his mana into Ikaros' body after releasing Excalibur's true name and allowing her to build an Aegis, absolute defense circle, the destruction wouldn't only be limited to the Dean's mansion. How could such a huge commotion be hidden? Therefore, in less than half a day's time, the matter of the Academy Dean's residence being burned to the ground became known to everyone. Other than that, there was another thing that everyone knew. The Dean had lost an arm. It was also something that couldn't be hidden. The students of the Walpurgis Wongli Tactical Academy were in an uproar and many speculations about the Dean's missing arm popped up one after another. Not long ago, Wu Yan attacked the Dean under the watchful eyes of the crowd and caused quite a commotion. Naturally, the incident of the Dean losing an arm couldn't escape the speculations of being assassinated by Wu Yan. One had to admit that although most of the rumors couldn't be trusted, they wouldn't come out of nowhere. That was the truth. Many of the students of the Walpurgis Wongli Tactical Academy believed in the speculations as well. However, Just as many of them were feeling indignant about it, the dean who was staying in the infirmary of the medical department supported his pale face with a broken arm and announced something to the crowd. The one who tried to kill me was a man who disguised himself as the director of the nightclub executive department. Cedric Granville, the thief. After leaving that statement, the dean entered the medical department's dormitory once again. He started to recover. Not long after, the guards and the disciplinary committee of the Walpurgis Wongley Tactical Academy found the imprisoned Cedric Granville in a secret location. Cedric Granville. He had saved him. As a result, this incident was reduced to an invasion by foreign terrorists, and the case was finally closed. Since the dean and the higher-ups of the academy decided to close the case, even though the dean didn't explain why Scarlet Eyes attacked him, the other unrelated members of the academy couldn't say anything about it. The incident had a strong start but a weak end and the curtains were drawn. Regarding this, Charlot, Flay, Raisin and Rocky, the four people who knew the inside story to a certain degree, remained silent and continued with their lives in the academy. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, only they themselves knew. The curtain of night gradually descended. In the depths of the forest of the Walpurgis Wongley Tactical Academy, Wu Yen stood in the center of an empty space. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon stood behind him. Everyone's gaze was focused on the space in front of them. They were staring at a crimson ripple in space without blinking. They have been in this state for quite some time now. If one looked closely, they would notice that inside the crimson ripple, Wu Yen and the others were staring at a sphere that was emitting light. They were spherical hearts that were emitting light and beating rhythmically as if they were glowing. These balls were glowing and beating rhythmically like glowing hearts. They were none other than Eve's heart. In the space of Wealth of Kings, Eve's hearts were glowing like crystal balls. They were scattered all over the place without any order. There were so many of them that one couldn't see the end of them. It's only natural. After all, there are 1 million Eve's hearts. Just by piling it up, it was enough to form a small mountain. If the space of Wealth of Kings wasn't limitless, Wu Yen and the others would be worrying about how to carry so many Eve's hearts back to the Spalier world. Wu Yen slowly closed his eyes as he looked at the Eve's hearts in the Wealth of Kings. As if premeditated, when he closed his eyes, the system's robotic voice reverberated in his mind. Beep. Detected magic circuit, Eve's heart X 1 million. Ding. You have obtained a magic circuit, Eve's heart X 1 million. Ding. Congratulations to user for completing Demigod Path's 3rd mission. Ding. Demigod Path's 3rd mission completed. User can now choose to leave the current dungeon at any time. This instance dungeon is now open to the user. Once again, he entered the world of Nimble Girl Won't Get Hurt. The system will not issue any more instance dungeon quests. The user can enter and exit the world of Nimble Girls are unharmed at will. Ding. The 3rd phase of the Demigod Path mission was completed. The restriction bracelets on the user and his summoned figures are removed. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon's bracelets turned into particles and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, a burst of power that originally belonged to the group of girls erupted from their bodies and returned to the control of the group of girls. Nagisa and Astria let out a joyful sigh when they felt the power that belonged to them returning to their bodies. My body feels like it has returned to how it used to be. How nostalgic. Their level and power were restricted by the restriction bracelets. It felt like something was missing from their body. It wasn't uncomfortable but it was unfamiliar. Nagisa, Astria, and Natsuki, Ikaros, and Kanon's expressions softened when they saw the return of their powers. On the other hand, Wu Yan's restriction bracelets disappeared. The power that originally belonged to him returned to him in an instant. 1 second he was level 0 and the next second he soared to level 89. That feeling of fulfillment, perhaps Wu Yan can understand it better than the girls. He closed his eyes and his expression turned into one of exhilaration. At this moment, beep. User has completed the third phase of the Demigod Path mission. The fourth phase of the Demigod Path mission will be selected by the user. Beep. Reminder, you have the right to select the next phase of the Demigod Path mission. The next phase of the Demigod Path mission will be automatically generated when the user enters the next dungeon. Beep. User may select any dungeon world other than the Astral Dragon Knight, Magical Girl Ilia, and Invincible Girl. The fourth phase of the Demigod Path mission will not be generated if the user enters the third phase of the Demigod Path mission. Please select a suitable dungeon world for the fourth phase of the Demigod Path mission. The sudden system notification surprised Wu Yan and the girls. Select the dungeon world for the fourth phase of the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yan exclaimed. Is this a benefit? Or is this a pre-existing setting? Isn't this a good thing? Natsuki heard the system notification and tapped the lace fan in her hand. This means you can select a dungeon world you're familiar with to complete the Demigod Path mission, right? That's true. Wu Yan smiled. Then, let's return to the Spalier world. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, Kanon and the other girls nodded in agreement. Chapter 1698. The Otherworldly Capital. On the extremely wide streets that were a collection of styles from various eras, numerous young girls who were almost identical in appearance, height, figure, and expression were bustling about. Birds flew in flocks above the streets, chirping one after another, filling the entire capital of a different era with vitality. The sunlight illuminated this city from another era. The shadows of the buildings changed shape very slowly. Some were reflected on the ground, some were scattered in the nearby forest, some were covered by girls who looked exactly the same, and some were completely hidden, appearing abnormally blurry. The sun was hanging high in the sky, but none of the Misaka sisters in the otherworldly capital were sweating. That was because the barrier that covered the entire otherworldly capital didn't block out the sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, but it didn't allow everything to enter the city. At least in terms of temperature, the otherworldly capital maintained a relatively warm temperature. The temperature didn't fluctuate much, and if the sunlight was too strong, it would be controlled to a suitable range. After that, the barrier would release the controlled sunlight into the city. Therefore, the streets of the otherworldly capital were filled with people every day. The moderate temperature didn't stop the Misaka sisters from finding a reason to stay in the streets. Walking into the streets, one could see the Misaka sisters interacting with each other. It was a heartwarming scene. In the center of the capital of alternate generations, in the topmost hall of the inverted pyramid-like building, the heart of generations, two extremely beautiful girls were gathered by the window, looking down at the scene on the street below while looking at each other. The street. Mikoto muttered. It seems very lively. Hinajika nodded, her expression absent-minded. Yeah. Sisters. Mikoto muttered again. Seems like they're having fun. Chuja nodded again, still in a daze. Yeah. Shops. Mikoto muttered for the third time. Seems like they're selling good stuff. Chuja nodded for the third time as well, her delicate face was still in a daze. It was as if she just woke up. Yeah. After a short conversation, Hinajiku and Mikoto looked at each other, and after a long while, both of them sighed. There are streets and shops. Mikoto hugged her head. She groaned in pain. Why do we have to stay here? Why can't we go shopping? This time. Chuju didn't look dazed, but her eyes twitched. Do you really want to know the reason? Mikoto went silent. The reason? Was there a need to say it? Of course, it was because of Chuju and Mikoto. She didn't want to experience it again. She had been stripped naked in front of 20,000 Misaka girls on the street, and then ran back naked in front of 20,000 Misaka girls. That encounter on the streets was deeply engraved into Hinajuku and Mikoto's souls, leaving them with lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that there was only Misaka's sister in the otherworldly city and everyone else was girls, the two girls would have died long ago. No. That's not right. Even if there were only female Misaka girls in the entire otherworldly city, running back naked in front of 20,000 Misaka girls was enough to make Hinajuku and Mikoto want to die. That time, it was simply a challenge to the shame of these two proud young girls. After that experience, no matter how crowded the streets were, Chuju and Mikoto didn't dare to go out. Damn it! Mikoto screamed like she was about to go crazy. Why isn't everyone out of the lake yet? It's just the two of us here, isn't it too boring? Yukari is really something, sleeping in the middle of the day. Chuju couldn't help but complain. It's fine if she's sleeping, but at least she could give us an idea before she goes to sleep. Too bad our sage demons are nocturnal creatures. They sleep during the day and move at night. They hibernate during the winter. That's why we can't see Yukari during the day unless it's necessary. Perhaps at night, Yukari was the only one in the generational's heart. She might have the same problem as Hinajuku and Mikoto. Who knows? Of course, it was more likely that Yukari would use the power of her gap to spy on the Misaka sisters' lives at night, and she would find pleasure in doing so. No matter what, it's much more fulfilling than Chuju and Mikoto right now. Sigh. The two proud girls could only let out a sigh. They anxiously looked at the street below, their eyes full of yearning. Bzzz. Suddenly, the air in the middle of the hall vibrated as if it's being squeezed by something. Both Hinajuku and Mikoto's ears twitched like squirrels, and they turned around to look at the source of the strange phenomenon. In the next moment, the three figures of a man and two women flashed out of the vast hall without any warning, appearing out of thin air. The man had black hair and red eyes. He wore a black shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. As for the girls, they had pink wings and pure white wings respectively. They were dressed in white with red edges and a red pleated short skirt. They were as beautiful as angels. It was very easy for people to mistake them for goddesses who had descended to the mortal world. Just their appearance alone was extremely dazzling. Looking at the three figures of one man and two women appearing out of thin air in the middle of the hall, Hinajuku and Mikoto were stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. Yen. Ikaros. Estria. The newcomers were none other than Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Estria, who just returned from the world of Nimble Girl. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon transformed back into familiars and entered deep slumber inside Wu Yen's body. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Estria turned around and looked at Chuju and Mikoto. Yo! Wu Yen giggled. I'm back. Ikaros. Estria. Chuju and Mikoto ignored Wu Yen and jumped in front of Ikaros and Estria. They hugged the angelic girls while they were still in a daze. You're finally back. Ikaros and Estria were a little confused by Chuju and Mikoto's joyful behavior. However, they still hugged the two prideful girls back. The four girls hugged each other like best friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. In response, Wu Yen maintained his greeting posture. He was petrified and didn't react for a long time. What is this? Sisterly love. That's a good thing, but why didn't I get the same treatment? Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan's heart is filled with unwillingness. He turned around and looked at Ikaros and Estria, who are hugging Hinajuku and Mikoto. A stiff smile appeared on his face. Chuju. Mikoto. I'm back too. Wu Yen increased the force on the word also, so that it sounded like he was shouting it out loud. Chuju and Mikoto finally noticed Wu Yan's return. They looked up from Ikaros and Estria's embrace and glanced at Wu Yen. Oh, Chuju and Mikoto grabbed Ikaros and Estria's hands excitedly. You guys came back just in time. We're bored, come play some games with us. Yeah, the game console Icaros made last time didn't come in handy, right? This is a good opportunity, let's go play together. Yeah. Chuju and Mikoto chatted with Icaros and Istria enthusiastically while ignoring him. Wu Yan's face turned red, then green, then white, and finally black. You guys. Wu Yan lowered his head and said in a low voice. He felt like he should reclaim his position as the husband. What's the meaning of this? Are you planning to rebel? Shut up. Chuju and Mikoto glared at Wu Yan. How do you know how bored we are? Bored. Wu Yan is flabbergasted. Humph. Hinajuku and Mikoto didn't have the intention to explain, they just snorted coldly, grabbed the two angelic girls' hands and walked towards their rooms. Wu Yan was the only one left in the room. His back looked bleak. Chapter 1699. Standing at the top of the Heart of Generations in the heart of the capital of alternate generations was an open-air rooftop. Wu Yan sat in an elevator that looked like it came from the future. He wanted to head to the top of the Heart of Generations. There was no other reason other than the diluted miraculous pond water that allowed all the girls to undergo their metamorphosis in the lake, which was located on the rooftop of the Heart of Generations. Currently, Hinajuku and Mikoto were welcoming Icaros and Istria into their rooms with an attitude that would make one wonder if they're trying to get into a lesbian relationship. On the other hand, Yukari was sleeping in her room. In other words, no one in the Heart of Generations would greet Wu Yan, who just came back from the Nimble Girl Won't Get Hurt dungeon and completed the Demigod Path quest with much difficulty. One has to say, this is a huge blow to Wu Yan. The Heart of Generations, the numerous girls he had, none of them accompanied him when he came back. They didn't even greet him. Wu Yan almost wanted to commit suicide because of this. Fortunately, Wu Yan used the excuse of, not all of my wives are like this, the others are undergoing their transformations, to persuade himself to not commit suicide. That was how he managed to avoid the tragic ending of dying once. With this thought in mind, Kirin felt a sense of relief. Wu Yan missed the other girls and he couldn't help but want to meet them. Of course, it was time for him to check on the girls' condition. It was said that they were undergoing metamorphosis, but up until now, the girls had been soaking in the lake. It's been so long since they last met, how could he not miss her? However, Chuju and Mikoto's cold shoulder made Wu Yan miss them even more. He wanted to talk to Yukari about the Demigod Path mission, but he decided to bring it forward. With the elevator leading the way, the rooftop of the Heart of Generations was getting closer and closer. They took the elevator from the top floor of the Heart of Generations. They were heading to the rooftop of the Heart of Generations. There wasn't even a floor between them, but Wu Yan stayed in the elevator for a full 5 minutes. Then, the elevator slowly came to a stop. Ding! A crisp sound effect was heard. The elevator finally came to a stop. The door of the elevator opened. Wu Yan could see the scenery outside. It was an open-air rooftop that covered a vast area. The ground was paved with red bricks, as if it was a carpet. Around him were walls that were like the surface of the water, constantly swaying, as if something was flowing. There was no ceiling at the top. Instead, there were bars that looked like they were made of ceramic that formed a fence that covered the entire rooftop. There were canopies on both sides that could be opened with a button at any time. The canopies could be turned into a ceiling. In the center of the rooftop, there was a platform that was about a meter higher than the rest of the rooftop. There was a lake that looked like an extra-large bathtub on top of it. Inside the lake, there were naked girls with their eyes closed, either sitting or lying in the water. They were Wu Yan's summons, the girls that were destined to accompany him until the end of the world. At this moment, in the lake where the young girls were soaking in, a clear stream that was invisible to the naked eye flowed through the water around the naked bodies of the young girls, entering their tender and slender bodies. As the streams of invisible clear water entered the girls' soft and slender bodies, the girls' auras were also changing. One moment it was strong, the next it was weak, and the next it was strong. It was a very rhythmic rise and fall. If one observed carefully, they would find that with every rise and fall, the girls' auras would break through the peak and advance a little. Although it was only a little, if they continued like this, they would benefit a lot. Looking at the girls who were soaking in the lake with their eyes closed, Wu Yan couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded from the side of the lake. Wu Yan was stunned. He quickly turned his head and looked at the source of the voice. It was the bottom of the platform where the girls' clothes were piled up. Then, a petite figure entered Wu Yan's eyes. Her light yellow hair was kept to her shoulders, and on the left side of her head was a ponytail that reached her waist. She was only wearing a pair of white underwear, and her skin and hair were covered with water droplets that dripped to the ground bit by bit. The petite girl held a red and white shirt in her hand, as if she wanted to put it on her petite body that was only wearing a small piece of underwear. Maintaining her posture, the petite girl tilted her head and looked at Wu Yan, who was standing by the elevator on the rooftop. The surprised expression on her cute face froze. Wu Yan looked at the petite girl who was trying to put on her clothes. She looked at him with a pair of red eyes and didn't react for a long time. What's wrong? You don't recognize me? Flandre-chan, yes. The petite girl was Flandre-chan. Scarlet. It wasn't until she heard Wu Yan's voice that Flandre-chan finally reacted. Her red eyes lit up with joy. Flandre-chan grabbed the clothes she was about to put on. She flapped her broken wings with colorful crystals hanging from them. She cheered and she charged at Wu Yan. Big brother. An extremely cute little girl wearing only her underwear was throwing herself at him. How would an ordinary person feel at this moment? Wu Yan didn't know what other people are feeling, but when he saw Flandre-chan coming at him in such an unrestrained manner, he jumped in fright. He quickly caught Flandre-chan in his arms. Big brother. Big brother, big brother, big brother. Flandre-chan didn't care about her wet body. She hugged Wu Yan tightly and rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest. Flan missed you so much. Wu Yan wanted to scold Flandre-chan, but when he heard her words, all his emotions turned into love. He hugged her tightly. Big brother missed you too, really. Flandre-chan lifted her head and pouted. She looked like she was throwing a tantrum. Then why didn't you come to see me? I've been staying in the lake all this time. It's so boring. Big brother went to do a mission. Wu Yan patted her head to comfort her. That's why you didn't come, so, you didn't come to visit Fran because you were too busy, right? Flandre-chan asked with a hopeful look on her face. It's not that you don't want to see me, right? Of course it's not that I don't want to see Flan. Flandre-chan's cute and funny words made Wu Yan smile and scratch her nose. Flan is so cute, who wouldn't want to see her? Liar. Flandre-chan's expression turned a little unhappy. Big sister locked me up in the basement because she didn't want to see me. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Flandre-chan's wet body inside. It seems like Flandre-chan still hasn't gotten over Remilia's decision to lock her up in the basement. Wu Yan kept a straight face even though he's thinking about it. What's wrong? You don't trust Big Brother. Of course I trust Big Brother. Flandre-chan grinned as she rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest. Her eyes were filled with longing for Wu Yan. Big brother is different from big sister. Big brother loves me the most and loves me the most. That's why I love Big Brother the most too. Wu Yan didn't see the love in Flandre-chan's eyes, but from her actions and words, he could tell that Flandre-chan likes him from the bottom of her heart. While this made him happy, it also made him like the cute little girl in his arms even more. You really know how to make Big Brother happy. I'm not trying to make Big Brother happy. Flandre-chan wrinkled her little nose. Flan is telling the truth. Yes, 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 I know you're a good girl. Big brother will give you a reward, okay? Okay, her bell-like laughter reverberated in the surrounding space, filled with warmth. Chapter 1700. Heart of Generations, Top Floor Hole. Flandrachan's light yellow hair fluttered despite the lack of wind, bouncing up and down with its owner's movements. It was fixed to the left side of her head, and her waist-length ponytail swayed back and forth like a tail. Flandrachan looked like an adorable little animal, and Zhang Xian couldn't help but want to hug her. Right now, Flandrachan was wearing her unique goth loli outfit that was mostly red with white sprinkles. On her head was a white beret with red ribbons. Like a child who just got a new set of clothes, Flandrachan stretched her petite body and twirled in a circle on the spot. Her short red skirt with white laces swayed along with her movements, causing her cute little face to be filled with a smile. It feels good to wear clothes. Flandrachan twirled around happily while showing off her body. Flandrachan didn't realize that her cuteness had increased by several folds. She almost made Wu Yen fall into a daze. Wu Yen slapped his cheeks and he looked at Flandrachan with a peculiar glint in his eyes due to the system's perceptive sense. Flandrachan. Scarlet, level 88. Level 88. Flandrachan is only one level away from reaching peak tier 9. Wu Yen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He's only at peak tier 9 after all. He's only one level ahead of Flandrachan. Flandrachan's ability to destroy everything with a wave of her hand, this level difference is practically non-existent. Or rather, without using Ruby mode or summoning his familiars, Wu Yan's strength is nothing compared to Flandrachan's. Flandrachan may be one level lower than Wu Yan, but in terms of strength, Flandrachan at level 88 is stronger than Wu Yan at level 89. After the magical pond water's transformation, Flandrachan's improvement is huge. If I'm not mistaken, Flandrachan wasn't even level 85 before the magical pond water's transformation. The diluted magical pond water can improve Flandrachan's strength by so much. That's Flandrachan's improvement. Such a voice said. At the same time, Wu Yan's mind was filled with questions. It rang in his ears. Then, a pitch-black spatial rift filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared in a corner of the hall, occupying the space in that corner. Yukari slowly walked out of the spatial rift with a parasol in her hand. She yawned as she walked, looking like she just woke up. Sister Yukari. Flandrachan stopped twirling and called out in surprise. You're awake. Wu Yan was a little surprised. He quickly asked. What do you mean Flandrachan's improvement? Yukari. Have you forgotten how old Flandrachan's age is? Yukari's half asleep, half awake. As a 495-year-old vampire with such a special ability, what level of strength do you think friend should have? Yukari. Wu Yan immediately understood what Yukari meant. Flandrachan's mental age is equivalent to a child less than 10 years old, but she's a vampire who's lived for 495 years. Flandrachan's mind and spirit have been in an abnormal state for the past 495 years due to her ability. She would abuse her ability from time to time and destroy everything in front of her, including humans. Flandrachan was no longer affected by her own abilities because her powers were sealed by the sealing aura. Although her mental state was still that of a 10-year-old child, she wouldn't lose control to the point where she would kill for no reason. Flandrachan's mind and spirit are unstable, but she can still freely use her ability to destroy everything, let alone when her mind and spirit are stable. Of course, that wasn't what Yukari wanted to say. What she wanted to say was that Flandrachan had spent almost all of her 495 years in the basement of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Naturally, Flandrachan didn't train herself like a normal cultivator for the past 495 years. Or rather, she didn't train herself like a normal cultivator. In other words, Flandrachan's strength hasn't improved since the very beginning. Flandre-chan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds after 495 years with the help of the miraculous pool water. Don't underestimate Flandre-chan for just a few levels. The higher the tier, the greater the gap between each level. Flandre-chan's strength had more than doubled with just a few levels. With Flandre-chan's ability to destroy everything in her path, other than Wu Yan who has a familiar, no one else is a match for Flandre-chan among Tier 9 cultivators. Is that so? Wu Yan sighed when he understood this. As expected, Yukari doesn't lack monsters. Yukari chuckled, but Flandre-chan puffed up her cheeks. Flandre-chan isn't a monster. Yes, yes, yes. The adorable Flandre-chan isn't a monster, she's a princess. Wu Yan patted Flandre-chan's head with a smile. Flandre-chan's dissatisfaction melted into comfort. Watching Wu Yan and Flandre-chan getting along so well, Yukari yawned again. She sat down on the sofa and crossed her legs. She looked at Wu Yan with a pair of purplish eyes filled with wisdom. The third round of the Demigod Path mission is over, right? Wu Yan picked up Flandre-chan and sat across from her. Flandre-chan happily wrapped her arms around his neck. The third round of the Demigod Path mission is much smoother than the second round. In fact, if I don't count the fact that I obtained the mission item in advance, the third round of the Demigod Path mission is the smoothest so far. I can tell just by looking at your face. Yukari tapped Wu Yan's forehead with the paper fan in her hand. So, when do you plan to proceed with the fourth round of the Demigod Path mission? I wanted to discuss this with you after you woke up. It's good that you're awake now. Wu Yan giggled. Actually, for the fourth round of the Demigod Path quest, I can choose the instance dungeon to complete. The system will automatically generate the fourth round of the quest after I enter the instance dungeon of my choice. Yukari's eyes lit up. She glanced at Flandre-chan in Wu Yan's arms and looked at Wu Yan meaningfully. You can't be thinking of. I can't hide anything from you. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Flandre-chan and stared at Yukari. I've decided that I'll proceed with the fourth round of the Demigod Path mission in Yukari. Yukari's expression said, I knew it, while Flandre-chan froze. Going back to Yukari. Flandre-chan didn't know what to do. In other words, Flan is going back to the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Wrong. Wrong. Wu Yan pinched Flandre-chan's nose. We're going back to the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. We. Flandre-chan paused for a moment, the bewilderment on her cute face disappeared and was replaced by uneasiness and a little bit of anticipation. Onie-chan, are you going to accompany me to see my sister? Yes. Yeah. Wu Yan adjusted Flandre-chan's body so that she's facing him. She's looking at him with a pair of anxious yet expectant eyes. What do you think? Do you want to go back to the Scarlet Fiend Mansion with me? Flandre-chan lowered her head, her body twitched slightly due to her master's complicated thoughts. In the end, Flandre-chan couldn't overcome her longing and murmured. I wonder if my sister is angry that I haven't been home for so long. Wu Yan chuckled when he heard that. This cute little girl sure has complicated feelings for her sister. She likes her sister but hates her at the same time. No wonder she's so conflicted when it comes to returning to Yukari. That's good too. Yukari closed her eyes and showed a nostalgic expression. It's been a long time since I saw Lingmeng, Yuyuzi, Indigo and Orange. It's good to go back. That's settled then. Wu Yan decided on their next destination with just one sentence. Yukari is a place you're familiar with. You won't be so stupid if you do a mission there. Yukari nodded casually. Her eyes rolled around with a hint of a smile. Wu Yan and Flandre-chan were too immersed in the topic of Yukari and the Scarlet Fiend Mansion to notice this. Just as Wu Yan, Flandre-chan, and Yukari decided to return to Yukari, something strange happened in one of the areas in the Behemoth Forest. It's a flat area filled with gravel of all sizes. The trees in the area seemed to have been plowed and disappeared without a trace. And in this flat ground that was littered with all kinds of big and small stones, in one of the corners, traces of black fog suddenly rose. Crack. The black mist rose like the wind and the ground cracked open with a cracking sound. The mist grew thicker and thicker. Boom. Until a certain moment, the black fog seemed to have exploded, causing the ground to explode, creating a crater. Whoosh. In the incomparably dark pit, a figure shot out from the black fog and arrived in midair. Ha 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 ha. Not long after, a burst of wild laughter resounded from the figure that was hovering in the air. Chapter 1701. The next morning, on the top floor of the Heart of Generations, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Istria were standing in a row with their gazes focused on the front. In front of Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Istria were Wu Yen with Flandre-chan in his arms and Yukari who was yawning with her parasol in hand. Master. Ikaros said worriedly when she saw Wu Yen hugging Flandre-chan. Can't I go with you? You really don't need us to go with you. Just as Ikaros finished her sentence, Hinajuku who was frowning her beautiful eyebrows also spoke up. Although I've heard from you that there are many high-level monsters and gods in the fantasy village, we're all at level 9 now. Even if we can't be ranked as strong in the fantasy village, we're still considered experts, right? This was the truth. Fantasy Village was not an instance world. It was just a small area within an instance world. On the surface, there was nothing mysterious about the world of Fantasyland. It was just like an ordinary world. The people there didn't believe in the existence of ghosts, monsters, gods, and so on. They didn't even have the factor that allowed them to enter the game world to experience the game like the Sword and Saber Dominion. It was an extremely ordinary world. However, in a corner of that world, a place called the Fantasy Village existed in a place that people could not reach. The reason why people didn't believe in any mysterious existence was because all the mysteries were concentrated in the place called Fantasy Village. Spectre, demon, gods, vampires, all kinds of creatures that did not exist in common sense lived in a fantasy land. As for Fantasy Village, it was covered by a barrier known as the Great Bali Barrier. The creator of Fantasy Village, Violet, who was also known as the Sage of Monsters, had also added a barrier that separated illusion and reality. Under the effect of these two enchantments, although it could not be said that the Fantasy Village was completely isolated from the outside world, under normal circumstances, people could not enter the Fantasy Village. The ghosts, monsters, gods, and so on in the Fantasy Village, except for a few special cases, could not enter the human world. Since there were all kinds of mysterious creatures in the Fantasy Village, there were even gods among them. The power level in the Fantasy Village was generally high. Even so, a level 9 monster was still considered a powerhouse in the Fantasy Village. This could be seen from Flandre-chan's behavior. Flandre-chan's strength wasn't at the top of the ladder in Fantasy Village, but she was at the top of the ladder where a great monster like Yukari existed. Before becoming Wu Yan's summon, Flandre-chan was already at level 9. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Istria were also at level 9. They were definitely qualified to enter the Fantasy Village. Unfortunately, I didn't say that you guys aren't strong enough. It's just that the system stated that I can only bring 2 summons with me during the Demigod Path quest. Both Violet and Flandre-chan are already full. Wu Yen said helplessly. Moreover, you guys have underestimated the Fantasy Village. Indeed, your levels are definitely ranked high in the Fantasy Village. However, the most terrifying thing about the Fantasy Village is that even the low-level existences possess terrifying special abilities. That's right. That's right. That's right. The scariest thing about the Fantasy Village isn't the high-level existences, it's the fact that even the low-level existences have special abilities that can't be ignored. Thinking about Purple, the power of Realm could create and destroy everything. How terrifying was that? With the power of realm, even if she was facing someone of a higher level than her, as long as the gap between them wasn't too big, she would still have the absolute upper hand. Flandre-chan, on the other hand, could destroy anything with a wave of her hand. When she was first summoned, she was only level 82, but she was able to defeat the Long-Arm Ape King, which was only 1 or 2 levels lower than her. Flandre-chan was almost invincible among the Tier 9 demons. However, in the fantasy village, there are even scarier abilities than that. Anyone with a special ability can be pulled into the Spalier world. They might not be able to challenge someone above their level, but it's not hard for them to be invincible among the same level. Chuju and Mikoto are the type that don't have special abilities. Ikaros and Astria have Pandora mode, but it only increases their power, it doesn't grant them any special abilities. It's not going to be easy for them to deal with existences that aren't weak and have special abilities. If Wu Yan didn't have Violet and Flandre-chan's Ruby mode and his trump card familiar, he wouldn't be able to get a good position in the fantasy village with his current strength. Sigh. Mikoto sighed. I wanted to visit Violet and Flandre-chan's hometown. Astria puffed up her cheeks angrily. I really want to go too. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Z glanced at the group of girls, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. If it's you guys, I will always welcome you on behalf of the fantasy village. This time, let me experience it first. Wu Yan comforted. How about we all go on a trip to the fantasy village after everything is over? Alright. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria nodded reluctantly. It won't be long before Shokuho comes out of the lake. Violet opened the paper fan in her hand and covered the lower half of her face with it. With Shokuho and your current strength, you won't be able to find anything in the Spalier world that can threaten the otherworldly capital. So, don't worry too much. Understood. Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Be careful. Master. Ikaros and Astria spoke up. Be careful. Remember to take care of yourselves too. Wu Yan glanced at the 4 girls before taking a step back. He exchanged glances with Yukari, and after Yukari nodded her head, he yelled out the order. System. Enter the fantasy village. A strange wave of energy appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Wu Yan, Flandre-chan, and Yukari. It felt like they were being dragged to some unknown place. In the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared on the spot without any warning. There was no trace of them at all. In a daze, Flandre-chan felt a little dizzy. Her vision was distorted and turned white, causing her to feel very uneasy. Onie-chan. Flandre-chan tried to crawl into her Onie-chan's embrace. But what made Flandre-chan panic was that the embrace that had been holding her from the start suddenly lost its warmth and sense of reality. It felt like she was abandoned. Flandre-chan's uneasiness turned into panic. Panicking, Flandre-chan tried to call out for her brother, hoping to hear his voice. But before she could do so, she felt herself falling into a soft spot. At the same time, a familiar scent entered Flandre-chan's nose. Flandre-chan felt nostalgic, but at the same time, she had a bad feeling. Immediately, Fran opened her eyes and took in everything in front of her. What entered Flandre-chan's eyes was a dimly lit room. The room was much bigger than a normal family's room. It was more than enough to be used as a living room. The ground was paved with stone bricks of various colors, just like the Wanhua mirror. If there was light shining on it, it should reflect a good luster. However, the room was empty. There was nothing in it except for a luxurious bed. At this moment, Flandre-chan was sitting on the bed. She scanned her surroundings and her face turned slightly pale. This room is all too familiar to Flandre-chan. He was so familiar with it that he could count the number of bricks here with his eyes closed. That's because Flandre-chan had been locked up in this room for hundreds of years. A lingering sense of loneliness permeated the entire room as well as Flandre-chan's heart. Flandrachan's pretty face turned pale and eventually turned deathly pale. Is Flandrachan going to be alone in the basement for a long time? R1152. Chapter 1702. To Flandrachan, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this basement was her room. Because Flandrachan had stayed in this basement for hundreds of years, longer than any other place in the world. But staying in a room like this for hundreds of years, all by herself, was a constant torment to Flandrachan. In the past, Flandrachan's mental state had always been in an unstable state. She was occupied by this annoying sense of loneliness, which caused her to destroy everything in this room more than once. It was also because of this that Flandrachan's room only had a bed and nothing else. Under such circumstances, how could Flandrachan not hate her sister and Remilia for locking her up in this basement? Of course, it was more of a feeling of grievance and resentment. After all, Flandrachan liked her sister a lot. If there was one thing that Flandrachan hated, it would undoubtedly be this basement where she had been alone for hundreds of years. Flandrachan already hated this basement when she was alone. Now that she had tasted freedom in another world, she had tasted love from Wu Yan, and she had tasted love from the young ladies around her. What about now? Flandrachan was afraid when the familiar loneliness of this room crept into her heart. She was really afraid. She was afraid that she would have to stay in this cold little world for a very long time. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to enjoy the freedom of the outside world. She was afraid that she wouldn't be loved by her sister who wasn't related to her by blood. She was even more afraid that she would never be able to see the brother who saved her from this cold world, who gave her a steady state of mind and spirit, who gave her warmth and love. Flandrachan's face turned pale and she couldn't help but shake her head. No. No. I don't want to stay in this basement. I don't want to be unable to see Big Brother. No. Flandrachan's wine-red eyes glinted with blood-red radiance. She turned her gaze to the entrance of the basement with a determined expression. Shing! Flandrachan transformed into a streak of light and darted toward the entrance of the basement. She headed toward the entrance of the basement. He reached out his hand and shook it firmly. Boom! In the next second, the basement door exploded into a pile of debris with a muffled sound. The sound of explosion spread far and wide. It reached the ears of everyone who lived in the Red Devil Mansion. Immediately, everyone in the Red Devil Hall was shocked. What's wrong? In the kitchen of the Red Devil Hall, a young girl who was cooking something suddenly turned her head and looked outside the kitchen. What happened? Outside the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion, a plump young girl tilted her head in confusion. His gaze swept across the room. There seems to be some kind of abnormal sound just now, right? This voice, in a library in the Red Devil Mansion, a young girl who was buried in a pile of books and holding a book in her hand raised her head, her face full of surprise. It seems to be coming from the basement. Basement. In a vast and luxurious room in the Red Devil Mansion, a petite girl sat up from the bed with all her might. A serious expression appeared in her scarlet eyes. Flandrachan. The sound of the explosion echoed clearly in the castle-like basement, causing all kinds of chaos in the Red Devil Mansion. All the maids in the Red Devil Mansion were in an uproar. Some stood in place, not knowing what to do. Some chose to run to the kitchen, as if they knew there was someone who could make a decision there, and some of them were at a loss. However, there were also some maids who let out terrifying screams. These screaming maids all discovered a figure flying over their heads. It wasn't until they finally saw the general appearance of the figure that flew over their heads that they screamed. Not good. Not good. Not good. Second Miss escaped. Second Miss escaped from the basement. Amidst the panicked screams, the Red Devil Hall, which had been very quiet not long ago, seemed to have turned into a crime scene where a terrorist had launched a terrorist attack. Screams, clamors, and chaos could be heard incessantly. Flandrachan, who was flying toward the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion, didn't care about these noises at all. Right now, Flandrachan only had one thought. That was to get out. Get out and find Wu Yen. Maybe it's because she was trapped in the basement of the Red Devil Mansion for a few hundred years, Flandrachan wanted to see Wu Yen as soon as possible. She wanted to jump into Wu Yan's arms as soon as possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get rid of the loneliness and fear in her heart. Shing! Flandrachan's speed rose to another level under the influence of such emotions. She streaked across the air like a fighter jet, heading toward the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion. The Red Devil Mansion was indeed huge, bigger than most castles. However, with Flandrachan's speed, she didn't need much time to cover the entire place. It didn't take long for Flandrachan to fly out of the hallway and into the largest hall on the first floor of the Red Devil Mansion. Seeing the door leading to the Red Devil Mansion in front of her, Flandrachan's face was filled with joy, but it immediately changed and she stopped in her tracks. Shing 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 shing. A series of sonic booms resounded in the hall, slicing through the atmosphere and turning into streaks of silver light. They brushed past Flandrachan's body and shot past her as she slammed on the brakes. If Flandrachan didn't stop just now, the silver light would have landed on her by now. As for those silver lights, they were flying daggers that flickered with cold arcs of light. After the flying dagger flew past Flandrachan and stopped her in mid-air, several figures appeared in front of the gate leading to the Red Devil Mansion's outer court. Four young ladies of different sizes were arranged in a square formation, but all of them had stunning looks. Standing on the left was a young lady with silver hair. She had a head of silver shoulder-length hair that hung down slightly, with sideburns on both sides of her silver hair. Her hair was tied into a small braid, and at the end of the braid was a green ribbon that fluttered with the movement of the braid. The young lady wore a blue and white maid attire with a white, pleated hairband on her head. Her skirt only reached her knees and she wore stockings on her feet. Obviously, she was a maid. However, the maid was still holding two flying daggers in her hands. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Flandrachan with a sharp glint in them. She didn't look like a servant at all. Instead, she looked valiant and heroic. Standing on the right was a young lady with long, red hair. Wearing a simple black and white dress, her red hair reached her waist and draped down her back like a waterfall. There weren't any curls on her hair, it was the standard long, straight hair. The red-haired girl had a pair of bat wings on her head like hair accessories. She also had a pair of bat wings on her back, but they were much bigger. She looked like a demon from the legends. Standing behind her was a young lady with long purple hair. Her purple hair was also long and straight, hanging down her back naturally. The front of her hair was tied into two bundles with ribbons in front of her. He was wearing pajama-like clothes. The inner layer of the clothes was fluffy and comfortable with purple and lavender vertical stripes, while the outer layer was a lavender long coat with lotus leaves at the hem. On her head was a round beret with a crescent moon ornament. Her clothes and hat were tied into blue and red ribbons with ribbons. Compared to the two young ladies in front of her, she looked a little weaker. As for the one standing at the front, she was about the same height as Flandrachan and appeared to be around 10 years old. The petite young lady had a pair of wine-red eyes and shoulder-length bluish-purple hair like Flandrachan. She wore a goth lowly attire that leaned toward white, the color of cherry blossoms. On her head was a beret like Flandrachan. She also had a small canine tooth. On the other hand, the petite girl looked just as adorable as Flandrachan. In fact, they looked very similar. However, this petite young lady didn't have broken wings on her back. Instead, she had a pair of perfect bat-like wings. Chapter 1703. Flandrachan's scarlet eyes dimmed a little as she looked down at the four girls who had different temperaments and stunning appearances, but they were all the same. Flandrachan's eyes were filled with joy. Remilia. Scarlet, level 80, this is the petite girl standing at the head of the group. 16 Knights, level 78, she was the valiant servant girl standing on the left. Patrice. Noriki, level 78, this was the girl with a delicate temperament standing at the back. Imp, level 70, this is the demonic girl standing on the right. The four girls raised their heads and stared at Flandre-chan, who was floating in the air with a serious expression. The girl named Little Devil even looked a little scared, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Flan. Remilia took a step forward and looked at Flandre-chan, who was floating in the air. Her childish voice was filled with anger as she yelled. Who allowed you to run out of the basement? Flandre-chan, who hadn't seen her family for a long time, couldn't help but feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The joy in her eyes instantly disappeared and the scarlet light in her eyes shone brightly once more. Flan wants to go out. Go out. Remilia furrowed her brows. Reluctance was written all over her face. Go back to the basement obediently or I'll get angry. Hearing Remilia's words, before Flandre-chan could say anything, Zui stood up and spoke with a clear voice. Second miss, you should go back to the basement quickly. Miss is really angry this time. Remilia was naturally very angry. Even though Remilia loved her sister dearly, she didn't want to lock her sister in the basement. But Flandre-chan's strength was too strong, and her desire for destruction was too great. She would often recklessly destroy everything around her, and sometimes, even the girls would be affected by her actions. There was no way. Remilia could only lock Flandre-chan in the basement. Therefore, in the past, it wasn't like Flandre-chan hadn't broken out of the basement before, but it was rare for her to cause such a commotion in the entire Red Devil mansion. Plus, Flandre-chan was making a ruckus out of nowhere. Remilia was in a terrible mood. It would be strange if she wasn't angry. Unfortunately, no matter how angry Remilia was, it was useless against Flandre-chan. Just be angry, it's not like you haven't been angry before, sister. Flandre-chan yelled like a child throwing a tantrum. Flan wants to go out anyway. Even if you're my sister, if you stop me, I'll beat you down. You! Remilia cried out in exasperation. Flan! Do you really want to make me angry? Seeing Remilia's exasperated look, Flandre-chan's heart softened and she snorted softly. As long as you don't stop me, I won't make you angry. You're pissing me off right now. Remilia glared at Flandre-chan. If you don't want to make me angry, then go back to the basement obediently. Milady. Patrice looked at Flandre-chan and spoke softly. Listen to Remy this time, go back to the basement, basement. You only know how to make me go back to the basement. Flandre-chan's face was filled with anger. Flan will never go back to the basement again. Second miss, you should go back to the basement. Zui advised earnestly. First miss wants you to go back to the basement for your own good. That's not it. Flandre-chan snorted. Sister just doesn't want Flandre-chan to destroy the things in the house, that's why she locked Flandre-chan in the basement. Is this for Flandre-chan's own good? Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, and the Little Devil were all speechless at Wu Yan's words. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. They were shocked that Flandre-chan could come up with such rational words. In the past, Flandre-chan had always complained that Remilia locked her in the basement because she hated her. Even if other people's lips were rotten, Flandre-chan would still think so. After all, Flandre-chan's mental state had always been unstable. How could she possibly listen to someone else's explanation? It's no wonder Remilia and the others were shocked that Flandre-chan was able to analyze the situation so clearly. Since you know the reason as well, then you should understand Remy's situation. Patrice softly uttered each word. Remy will be troubled if you make such a big fuss, Flandre-chan just wants to go out. Flandre-chan's patience was almost worn out, her words were harsh. Get out of the way. Otherwise, Flandre-chan won't be polite. Patrice, Black Knight, and the little devil cursed inwardly. Remilia dotes on her little sister, but her temper is abnormally bad. Now that Flandre-chan had said something like that, Remilia would definitely not let the matter rest. Not polite. I would like to see how you're going to be rude. As expected, Remilia laughed out of anger. Patrice. Black Knight. Capture Flandre-chan. Remy, milady. Remilia and Zai seemed to want to say something, but they were immediately shut up by Remilia, whose face was filled with anger. Hurry up. Looking at Remilia's angry appearance, Patrice and Black Knight knew that there was no room for negotiation and could only take deep breaths. Little devil. Patrice glanced at the little devil. If the opponent is little sister, it's too dangerous for you to be here. You should leave first. The little devil didn't object. She knew what she was capable of and obediently retreated. At this moment, Patrice flipped her hand and revealed a thick book. She looked straight at Flandre-chan. Little sister, it's not too late for you to return, it's right for you to obstruct Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan's eyes glowed red. Since that's the case, Flandre-chan will defeat all of you. You two sisters are so stubborn that it's giving me a headache. Patrice smiled bitterly. She raised the book in her hand and a majestic magical aura surged from her body. Water Talisman, Princess of the Water Spirits. Her ethereal voice reverberated in the surroundings like an incantation, causing the thick tome in Patrice's hand to emit an intense multicolored radiance and surge with massive mana. That book was actually a book of the demonic Tao. Wang, in the next instant, an icy blue magic formation appeared above Flandre-chan's head. It expanded to a diameter of 2 to 3 meters and rotated on the spot. As the blue magic array rotated above Flandre-chan's head, a translucent barrier emerged from the magic array and transformed into a hollow pillar of light. The pillar of light then descended from the sky and trapped Flandre-chan inside like a cage. Flandre-chan scanned the surroundings with her scarlet eyes. She looked at the light pillar that enveloped her and extended her hand. This thing. Flandre-chan will be able to. Before he could finish his words, the magic formation above Flandre-chan's head suddenly rotated and all the magic power within flowed into the transparent pillar of light. Whoosh! Under the infiltration of magic power, a water curtain suddenly descended from the surface of the transparent light pillar, turning the entire transparent light pillar into a cylindrical waterfall. Seeing this, Flandre-chan's outstretched hand froze. Remilia, Patrice, and Zai heaved sighs of relief. Zai. Remilia waved her hand disinterestedly at Zai. Bring Flandre-chan back to the basement, yes, young mistress. Zai bowed respectfully to Remilia before turning around and bowing to Flandre-chan, who was trapped in the water curtain. My apologies, second young mistress. Zai left this sentence and sauntered toward Flandre-chan. Even though it was only an ordinary water curtain, Remilia, Patrice, and Zai didn't doubt that it wouldn't be able to trap Flandre-chan, who was at the 9th stage. Logically speaking, with Flandre-chan's strength, she should be able to break through this ordinary water curtain in minutes. However, everyone relaxed their expressions. Chapter 1704. Be it Remilia or Flandre-chan, both of them were vampires and possessed immense strength and special abilities that others could not hope to match. However, in terms of the bloodline of vampires, both of them were of the most ordinary type. Under such circumstances, Remilia and Flandre-chan, as vampires, possessed immense strength and special abilities that others couldn't compare to, but they also retained the weakness of vampires. For example, fear of light, fear of water, and even fear of onions. Due to this weakness, whenever Flandre-chan's mental state was unstable and she wanted to cause a ruckus, it was always Patrice who used water to trap Flandre-chan, forcing her to obediently return to the basement. Therefore, this time, even though Flandre-chan's ruckus left Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight at a loss, the three of them didn't doubt that Patrice's water curtain wouldn't be able to trap Flandre-chan. Unfortunately, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight were destined to be in for a shock. The three of them would never have thought that Flandre-chan, who was still in the basement not long ago, had already been living in another world for quite some time when time in this world was frozen. When Ikaros was first summoned by Wu Yen and became Wu Yan's summon, the system gave Wu Yen the choice of removing the emotional seal on Ikaros in the original work. Just like Ikaros. When Flandre-chan was summoned to the other world and became Wu Yan's summon, the system also pointed out the weakness in Flandre-chan's bloodline and asked Wu Yen if he wanted to remove it. At that time, even though Wu Yen unintentionally summoned Flandre-chan, he didn't intend for Flandre-chan to have any weaknesses. Without hesitation, he ordered the system to remove all the weaknesses in Flandre-chan's bloodline. In other words, Flandre-chan is now a vampire. She no longer has any weaknesses that vampires have. Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight didn't know about this at all. Inside the water curtain, Flandre-chan suddenly lowered her body and Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight's expression changed greatly. She directly rushed out of the water curtain. Danger! Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight's pretty face turned pale. For Remilia and Flandre-chan, water isn't fatal. But it's very dangerous. Once Remilia and Flandre-chan came into contact with water, not only would they feel a sharp pain in the part of their body that came into contact with water, but they would also be soaked in too much water. In serious cases, their skin will even fester. The water curtain that trapped Flandre-chan was like a waterfall, gushing down like a torrential waterfall. Flandre-chan's skin would definitely fester and become unrecognizable if she were to fall into the water curtain like this. How can Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight not be shocked? However, what shocked the three of them even more was yet to come. Voila, with a clear splash, Flandre-chan rushed out of the water curtain with her drenched body. Despite being drenched by the water, Flandre-chan didn't seem to be affected by it at all. She dashed out of the water curtain and headed straight for the door. Remilia, Patchouli, and Night-Eye widened their eyes in astonishment. While Remilia and the others were still in shock, Flandre-chan turned into a streak of light and crashed into the heavy door with a loud boom. Bang! The door leading to the outer court of the Red Devil Mansion was immediately smashed into pieces of wood and scattered in all directions. Flandre-chan dashed out of the Scarlet Devil Mansion as fast as she could without looking back. She dashed into the courtyard and soared into the sky under everyone's watchful eyes. What's going on? Remilia finally reacted. Her face was filled with shock. Why isn't Flandre-chan afraid of water? Neither Patrice nor Sankita could answer this question. Because they didn't know why either. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about why Flandre-chan wasn't afraid of water. Young mistress. Black Knight said anxiously. Second young mistress has escaped. Only then did Remilia recall this matter. Her expression instantly turned gloomy and even Patrice muttered gravely. This time, it might be really serious. Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight's understanding of Flandre-chan was still stuck in their memories. The three of them knew that Flandre-chan's mental state was unstable. If she was allowed to wander around the fantasy village, she would definitely be in big trouble. After all, no matter if Flandre-chan's mood was good or bad, she would want to play with people until they broke. Once she left the fantasy village, she might cause a massacre. This wasn't the most serious matter. The most serious matter was that if Flandre-chan accidentally barged into the human realm, it would be really bad. Those who lived in the human realm were all weak and powerless humans. If Flandre-chan went on a killing spree and killed everyone in the human realm, her life would be in danger. The human realm in the fantasy village is protected by Yakumo Sage Yakumo and Sumura Boli Lingmang. If Flandre-chan went on a killing spree, the two wouldn't show her any mercy. At that time, Remilia would have to defend Flandre-chan against the Demon Sage and Boli Shaman. Fighting against the Demon Sage, who was the creator of the fantasy village, and the Bully Witch, who protected the Bully Great Barrier and the Fantasy Village, meant that not only did the Red Fiend Hall have to fight against the entire Fantasy Village, they would also have no place to stay in the Fantasy Village. This isn't a joke. Thinking of this, the anxiety on Bouillet's face intensified. Patrice's charming face also became heavy. Remilia's emotions turned into fury. She roared at the maids hiding in the Scarlet Devil mansion. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and find the second young mistress. Yes. The maids responded in horror and ran out of the Scarlet Fiend mansion to search for Flanderchan. Little devil. Patrice turned to the little devil beside her. Go find young mistress too. If you find her, come back and inform me. Got it. Madame Patrice. The little devil also ran out of the Scarlet Fiend mansion and headed in a certain direction. Seeing the entire Scarlet Devil mansion in less than 10 minutes and facing such an embarrassing situation, Remilia nervously paced back and forth, and even Patrice remained silent. Rouaille couldn't help but feel a heavy feeling in his heart. Black Knight inadvertently glanced at the entrance of the Scarlet Fiend mansion at the end of the courtyard and was slightly startled. A trace of anger surfaced on his face. With a flip of his hand, Black Knight grabbed a throwing knife and threw it out. Shing! The throwing knife transformed into a cold radiance that flashed through the air and ruthlessly pierced the head of a figure standing at the entrance of the Scarlet Fiend mansion. Poochie! Along with a tearing sound, a blood-curdling scream and a trace of blood splattered. The figure standing at the entrance collapsed to the ground. It was a tall girl with long red hair that reached her waist. Her hair was braided on both sides of her temples. Her braids were decorated with bows, and her chest was also decorated with a ribbon that looked like a bow. She was a tall girl. The young lady wore a dark green Chinese attire and a hat of the same color as her attire. The hat was engraved with a golden pentagram with the word dragon. She was dressed like a warrior. Black Knight couldn't help but feel angry as he gazed at the young lady on the ground. China! Why didn't you stop the second young mistress? Whoa! The young lady called China pulled out the throwing knife from her head and looked at Black Knight weakly. But, Miss Black Knight, isn't my mission to guard the entrance? Guarding the entrance is not only for you to deal with intruders, but also to prevent people from casually entering and leaving the Scarlet Fiend mansion. Black Knight angrily shouted. Your salary for the next 3 years will be deducted. If you don't find the second young mistress, you won't have a salary for the next 10 years. Yes. The Chinese man immediately broke into a run. Just as he was about to run out, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned his head and spoke as if he was giving an order. By the way, Miss Black Knight, my name isn't China. I'm Hong Miling. Black Knight couldn't help but pull out another throwing knife, scaring Hong Miling and causing her to run away. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.